Afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We are so delighted to have you all here with us today. And I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land we are on, the Natchitoches people. And the Natchitoches people were farmers and traders who resided on the lands along the banks of the Anacostia River. However, with the arrival of European settlers significantly reduced their population through disease, warfare, and forced removal starting in 1608. By the 1700s, the remaining Natchitoches people joined other tribes, including the Piscataway, who continue to be stewards of these lands. And today we begin by acknowledging their elders, past and present. 80 years ago, the first nuclear weapon was detonated. No one knew exactly how big the blast would be, but the US government chose not to evacuate its own citizens in the area and people in the area. After that blast went off, kids were playing in hot flakes of what looked like snow, not knowing what it was. And those communities are still reeling from the impacts of that blast even today. Instead of caution, the United States government then chose to unleash those very same bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Survivors have told us that the experience was like being unleashed into hell. In the years that followed, they conducted dozens of atmospheric nuclear tests over lands of waters of Pacific Islanders, and then beginning in 1951 in southern Nevada, and built up complex production sites that continue to have disastrous effect of both the land and people until this day. In response, people have pushed back. Together, millions of people around the world have come together demanding sanity. And we have been able to take steps to reduce the nuclear danger, agree to cut the number of nuclear weapons, halt and ban nuclear explosive testing, curb their spread, and conclude the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and hold governments accountable for the pledges they have made. And let's be really clear as we start. These weapons are one of the biggest threats and affronts to humanity that we face.
And so, because we are now approaching this important historic anniversary of the nuclear age, the Arms Control Association, Women Without War, are very pleased to be able to bring together a very important set of panelists and speakers to mark these anniversaries, these events. And as we approach the anniversaries, the July 16th anniversary of the first nuclear test explosion, the August 6th, August 9th bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, unfortunately, the threats posed by nuclear weapons are growing once again. It's far too likely that nuclear weapons will be used again, whether that be in South Asia, in Europe, between the United States and Russia, in East Asia, between the United States and China, or on the Korean Peninsula. Just in the past month, we saw two nuclear-armed states, the United States and Israel, attack Iran, a state on the threshold of nuclear weapons, a decision that risks a wider war, ended Iran's cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and has derailed promising diplomatic prospects for a deal designed to prevent proliferation. Making matters worse, progress on nuclear disarmament between the largest nuclear powers, the United States and Russia, is stalled. And an unconstrained three-way arms race involving the US, Russia, and China is on the horizon. The five recognized nuclear-armed states that are part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the United States, Russia, China, the UK, and France, have failed to engage in constructive disarmament and risk reduction diplomacy for more than a decade. Instead, they're spending tens of billions of dollars annually to modernize and upgrade their arsenals. And the US alone is on track to squander more than $1 trillion on nuclear weapons operations and upgrades over the next decade. So we're headed in the wrong direction. We need to move back from the nuclear brink and get back on the path towards the peace and security of a world without the fear of nuclear weapons and nuclear war. Now, none of this is inevitable. It is a result of choices that people and policymakers are making in our names. And for our sake and the sake of future generations to come, we believe, as I'm sure many of you do too, that it's crucial that we unite to call upon our policymakers to make better choices and to press them to take concrete steps to reduce the nuclear danger, to help put us back on the path to a world without nuclear weapons. So the starting point for sensible decisions on nuclear weapons and disarmament begins with a clear understanding of the harsh realities of nuclear weapons use, testing, and production, and their terrible effects on people and the environment. So as we look to the future, to the next 80 years, with or without nuclear weapons, it's crucial that we understand the past and the ongoing consequences of nuclear weapons use, testing, and production, and remember the lives, the dreams, and all that's been taken away by these weapons, and continue to do what we can to help the most affected communities to recover and heal.
Thank you, Daryl. So today we're asking you all to look at those realities and not turn away. And what you're going to see today is our first panel is all about the damage that these weapons have done. And the second one is about hope. It is so important for us to remember the wins our community has had so that we can build upon those wins. And the last panel is all about what we can do from here on in. Now, I want to just share a lot of our panelists and speakers and the videos you're going to be seeing talk about firsthand accounts of what people have experienced and the impacts these weapons have had on their lives. We are really lucky that people who have been a part of those experiences are willing to share those stories. And I just want to thank them all and acknowledge that comes with a huge emotional cost. So before we ask any of those panelists to come up, what I am going to do, both for those watching at home and for people in the room, is ask you to make a commitment before we ask them to take on that emotional challenge, that today, as you hear those stories, you won't just listen, but that you will share it. As they make calls to action, you won't just nod along, but that you will commit to actually doing them. And if you are willing to take that commitment, I'm going to ask you to say yes right now. Yes. Okay, y'all, you can be a bit louder than that. If you're going to make that commitment, say yes. Yes. Brilliant. Okay. This is what happens when you get an organizer in front of a room. So with that, we are going to kick off. We are incredibly lucky and grateful to ICANN for producing a phenomenal video from one of the Habakasha about their experiences of these WOMs. And that is going to play in a moment. Thank you.
5歳で被爆だけどね、まあそうなんだけど、その時にね、原爆が落ちた瞬間ってもうこの地面が全部うわっとこう持ち上がったようなドーンとこんな感じでだったのね。母が弟をおんぶしてでお風呂場の横で昔だからこうやってたらいで洗濯してたのね、弟をおんぶして。でその時に原爆があったから松の木の下まで飛ばされた、おんぶしたままで、私が窓から2階の窓からこうやってパッと目があって、で急いで母は起き上がって、で私を助けに原爆が落ちた瞬間ってもうこの地面が全部うわっとこう持ち上がったようなドーンとこんな感じでだったのね。でそれと同時に火が熱波っていうんだけども、その熱波がうわーっと襲ってきて、そしてそこら中がもう一気に火災になる。で後ろに家具が置いてあって、でその家具が一緒に飛んできてしまった。でその飛んできた家具のくさびが打ってあるのね、こういうところにくさび5センチぐらいのくさびで、そのくさびが頭に刺さってそこで折れたの、頭に刺さったままそこの角っこが折れたのね。そしたら後から見たら顔中に血がここに刺さったままだから血だらけだし、髪の毛バチバチで血だらけになってる。それこそ血みどろになってたからおばあちゃんが泣いた、そんな感じで弟を今度おんぶしてる母にね、お母さん豊ちゃんがかわいそうって言った。 そしたら「ああごめんねごめんね」って慌てて弟を下ろした10ヶ月の赤ちゃんね弟。そして下ろしたけれどももう泣く力もなくってもうぐったりはしてた。でもおむつをねやっぱり変えてあげなきゃっていうんでおむつをエプロンをしてたの。そのエプロンを脱いで裂いてでおむつを外そうとしたら弟のお尻の皮がおむつにくっついてベロンと全部取れちゃった。あれはねとっても痛かっただろうなって。それでもキューッと体を丸めてるだけで声ももう本当にかすかにしか出さなかったのね。
本当にね被爆された方は一番もう本当に地獄のようなことを経験して一番恐ろしいことを経験してもう決してそんなことをね思い出せたくないと思うんですけれども本当になんか人類のために、人類のために勇気を出して。When we collapse the things that happen to people into numbers, we really lose the humanity of that because every one of those people is an individual person just like you or just like me.
For that video and for the phenomenal work you all do to share these stories with the world. We are really indebted to all of your work. As people are processing that, I also just wanted to have a few other reminders. So we are lucky enough to have C-SPAN here and filming. There are other potentially some journalists that might be joining us. So people should consider that things being said here are very much on the record and be aware that media is in attendance. We are going to be taking questions from the audience in the room. Sorry, folks watching online. And we have note cards on your chairs. So as we have our panels, and if there's any questions you do have, please feel free to write them down. Our phenomenal staff will be here to collect them. And without further ado, I am going to introduce our moderator for our very first panel, Melissa Park, from the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, and who I just found out is a fellow Aussie, and very excited about that. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oops. Aussie exuberance. As you heard, I'm Melissa Park, the Executive Director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. Welcome to Panel 1 on the toxic and radioactive legacy of nuclear use, production and testing. And I'll just add 80 years of harm. We're going to hear from three amazing panellists who I'll introduce in just a moment. As you've just heard, though, we will be taking questions after they've each spoken, questions that you can write on these little cards, and then they'll get passed to me. I wanted to just acknowledge Sarah. Thank you for doing that acknowledgement of country. This is something that we do in Australia to acknowledge the Indigenous stewardship of the land that's been there for tens of thousands of years, and to pay tribute to that stewardship, that gentle stewardship, and the Indigenous knowledge that is about the interconnectedness of people and the environment, and how that informs that what we do to nature and to each other ultimately we do to ourselves, and we can learn a lot from our Indigenous communities. So the 80-year anniversary of the invention and first use of nuclear weapons is not just an artefact of history. It's an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing brutal impact of nuclear weapons on people and environments that started here in the United States. Before the US bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it bombed its own soil, its own people in New Mexico. As we as ICANN and the Nuclear Truth Project and the Marshallese Education Initiative and other groups will be in New Mexico next week to commemorate that first nuclear weapons detonation known as Trinity on July 16 in New Mexico. And as we do that, we'll be among Indigenous and other local communities directly impacted by Trinity, who still bear the intergenerational harm to their health and environments. And of course, Trinity was just the beginning. Trinity led to the US nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed 250,000 people. Those bombs would today be described as tactical nuclear weapons. Contrary to popular belief, those bombs did not end the war in Japan. As contemporary records from Japanese generals show, the entry of the Soviet Union into the war against Japan on the August 8th was the actual reason Japan surrendered. Trinity was also the first of more than 2,000 nuclear weapons detonated around the world as so-called tests, from the Marshall Islands to Nevada to Kazakhstan, from Algeria to Australia and the Pacific Islands. Millions of people and their environments have suffered and continue to suffer from nuclear weapons use, production, testing, and as well as nuclear waste. And in large part, they continue to be denied information, acknowledgement, compensation, or environmental remediation by nuclear weapon states, while those same states spend $100 billion per year upgrading their nuclear arsenals. Today, we have two representatives of communities with first-hand knowledge of the impact of nuclear weapons. Mary Dixon, American downwinder and award-winning author and playwright. We have Benedict Madison of the Marshallese Education Project to talk about toxic and radioactive legacy in that community that is caused from nuclear weapons. And we'll also hear from Dr. Arjun Makhijani, a nuclear engineer who is president of the anti-nuclear organisation, the Institute for Energy and Environmental Research. Dr. Makhijani has authored so many books on global health and the environmental effects of nuclear weapons production. And so I'm just looking to our hosts here. Do we want everybody to come up at the same time? Would you please come up the front? Thank you. You're going to come up here? Okay. So, Mary, can you tell us about your story as a downwinder and about the impacts on neighbouring states and communities from US nuclear weapons testing in Nevada? And I understand there were 928 such tests.
That's right. There were 928 tests in our own backyard, on our own soil, 100 of those above ground, 828 below ground. They lasted from 1951 to 1992. And I always say a war does not have to be declared for it to have casualties. When I think of the hundreds of thousands of people who were harmed by nuclear weapons production, by the storage of the waste at sites across the country, and by those 928 tests in Nevada, the human toll is absolutely catastrophic. I don't even call them tests. They were detonations of actual bombs, far more powerful than those that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I am one of those casualties. I'm what we call a downwinder. I'm from Salt Lake City. I had thyroid cancer, but I saw my family, my childhood neighborhood, and communities across this country absolutely devastated by what those bombs did to us. As children growing up in Salt Lake City, we did what kids do. We played in the snow. We put sugar and vanilla in it and ate it, pretending it was ice cream. We ate vegetables from the garden, and we drank milk that was delivered every morning to our doorstep from a local dairy. How were any of us to know that a silent poison was threading its way through our bodies when a government we trusted constantly and repeatedly told us there is no danger, and actually gave us pamphlets saying a lot of people are hearing about Geiger counters going crazy these days. Don't let it bother you. All while those bombs were being exploded in Nevada. And like thousands of communities across this country, we lived under those deadly radioactive fallout clouds. Moving them, I have to tell you, when they moved them underground, it didn't necessarily make them safer. A lot of those broke through the Earth's crust and spewed radioactive material miles into the atmosphere, where it was carried across this country. I just want to show you, this was an underground test called Sudan, the dirtiest one that they ever did. It was a hydrogen bomb in Nevada. And the winds, which meteorologists warned, go from the west to the east in this country, and they said it would be carried across the entire country. They were ignored, and those tests went on, and it was carried across the entire country. I always show this map that shows where it went. This was based on government data. They only put a dot on here for 3 tests. There were 928. I always have to show those. And when those particles, I don't have to tell you this, when they collided with rain or snow, that's what brought them to the ground. That's where it went into the ecosystem, into the food chain, and ultimately into our bodies. I had a reporter ask me, which test got you? And I just said, which test didn't? I was in my late 20s when I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. They removed my thyroid, surrounding lymph nodes. Then they gave me what they called a radioactive cocktail to drink. They warned me before I was discharged that I should not be around pregnant women or young children, and I shouldn't try to get pregnant for a year. And I remembered that when they did a scan, I watched it on the screen and my ovaries lit up. Well, years later, I had to have a hysterectomy, so I never could have children. I've had other health problems. Luckily, I'm still here. But I think about the people I've lost. My older sister wasn't as lucky as I was. She died when she was 46. She left 3 children behind. I grew up in a neighborhood where it just seemed like cancer was the thing everyone got. I counted 54 people in my childhood neighborhood in Salt Lake City who had cancer, tumors, autoimmune disorders, who suffered infertility, had miscarriages, gave birth to children with birth defects. I had a grade school friend. She died when we were 10 of a brain tumor. 4 weeks later, her 4-year-old brother died of testicular cancer. And at the time, their devastated mother asked her pediatrician if it was some connection that 10 other people in our neighborhood also had brain tumors. The casualties, though, aren't over. They continue to mount. My younger sister has a form of intestinal cancer that she told me just last Friday has spread to her brain, her breast, and her bladder. The casualties just never stop. I worked with so many people in Utah on this issue. All of them have died. I'm the only one still living. And one of them, before she died of multiple cancers, she always liked to say, we're veterans of the Cold War, only we never enlisted, and no one will fold a flag over our coffins. I think that devastating legacy has not ended. People are still being diagnosed. Their cancers return. They develop all sorts of health complications. Then there are the crippling medical bills that have bankrupted many. And I have to say, the psychological damage, like our scars, run deep. I will never stop feeling for more lumps. And every time I get sick, every time I feel a lump, I'm worried that what's happened to so many of my friends is happening to me and that it's coming back. I think that people don't realize, too, that genetic damage gets passed on. So we're never going to see the end of this. I have a niece who was 35 when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Hers also was spread to her spine and her bones, and she's not going to make it. And she's got 3 little kids. But I think what really makes me sad is that most people in this country have no knowledge of this history. And the vast majority of downwinders across America will never know they are. I think, to me, that is a tragedy, but when those cancers can show up decades after exposure, nobody connects the dots. I mean, had we immediately gotten ill after those blasts, it would have been a national catastrophe and testing would have immediately ended. But if they show up 20, 30, 40 years later, we're invisible. I have spoken about this, I've written about it, I've lobbied in Congress for 40 years. Most of my life has been spent on this work. And I've talked to survivors across the country. I've met Benedict. I've met people all over the world who have similar stories, and they are always absolutely heartbreaking. And wherever they lived, their stories are of endless grief, loss, and suffering. So I think that, as you said, recounting our stories is incredibly painful, but we have an obligation to keep telling them. I think we were sacrificed in the name of nuclear deterrence. And when I feel that weight of sorrow and I want to just give it up, I always think of what my cousin told me. She said, your story didn't end tragically so that you can carry the tragic story forward. And I do feel an intense responsibility to do that and to let people know this is not the past. This is very much a part of our ongoing reality. We suffered and continue to suffer because of our government's recklessness, because of a government that knew from the beginning the lethal and lasting impacts of fallout, but conducted those tests anyway, and then lied, denied, and minimized and covered up the damage. We struggled for years for amends and justice. The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA, was finally passed in 1990, but it was always far too limited. It only covered a handful of counties. And this last, I hate to call it beautiful, the big budget bill included, as the very last part of it, legislation that would add more counties, more states to RECA. Unfortunately, it still didn't go far enough. It was a win, and it's a win we didn't expect, but it did not go far enough. So there are still people dying. There are still people waiting for justice. And, I mean, is it justice? Whatever will make up for what we've lost and for all the loved ones we've buried. Nothing can make up for that. So this month, as we mark the anniversary of Trinity, of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the specter of nuclear conflict has returned. It's resurfacing. I just think, have we learned nothing from our past? They're actually talking about resuming testing. They're building up the arsenals of our nuclear weapons. And that's why I think it's more critical than ever that the voices of those of us who have been affected are heard. Our insights, our perspectives are every bit as important as those of nuclear experts, think tanks, and our policymakers, because we know firsthand what those weapons did. We take them out of the realm of the abstract and make them intensely personal. I think they have to listen to what we have to say, because our lived experience is a powerful warning of what may be at stake for all of us. We can never again use those weapons. Never. They cannot be part of our future. We can't undo what's already happened, but we can learn from the tragedies of the past so that future generations are never again deemed expendable. And I know Daryl Kimball asked me a couple of weeks ago, what do you consider justice? And the ultimate justice is to bring the nuclear age to an end. We must abolish these weapons. I have to tell you, we all live downwind. We all live downwind.
Thank you, Mary, for that powerful testimony. As my colleague Seth Sheldon has said in the last couple of days we've been here in DC, deterrence is a theory, the harms are real. And every time a downwinder, a nuclear survivor, tells their story, they are reliving that trauma. And so the courage that it takes a piece of them every time they tell that story. The courage that it takes is incredible. That's why Nihon Hidankyo, representing the Hibakusha of Japan, received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2024 for their courageous work, lifelong commitment to bringing those stories to life. And we have now another incredible nuclear survivor, Benetik, who will tell us the story of the impact of US nuclear testing on the Marshall Islands. There were 67 such explosions, and you will tell us about the impacts of those explosions. Thank you, Benetik. Yes.
Well, hello everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to share the profound legacy of nuclear weapons testing conducted by the United States in the Marshall Islands and the multifaceted impact it has had on the health, environment, culture, and economy of the Marshallese people. Nearly 8 decades ago, the U.S. government selected the Marshall Islands as a primary testing site to develop what would become its nuclear arsenal, specifically designating Bikini Atoll in the northern part of the country and Enewetak Atoll in the far northwest as ground zero. This choice was made to shield the American public from exposure, despite the fact that it had tested Trinity, and on the basis that islander people on distant atolls were quote-unquote savages, and few in number, thus demonstrating a clear awareness on the part of U.S. officials regarding the catastrophic consequences nuclear testing could bring. In the years that followed, the effects of these tests became increasingly evident. The detonation of 67 known nuclear devices scattered radioactive materials across vast areas, resulting in severe long-term health issues for the local population, including increased rates of cancer and other illnesses. The environmental repercussions were equally devastating, with ecosystems disrupted and traditional fishing grounds rendered unsafe, thus threatening the very means by which the Marshallese people sustain their livelihoods. Moreover, the cultural impact has been profound. Displacement from ancestral land has disconnected many Marshallese from their heritage and traditional practices, undermining community cohesion and identity. Economically, the long-term ramifications of losing territory and resources, combined with the ongoing need for health care and support, have hindered the overall development of my country. Ultimately, the U.S. government's knowledge of the potential ramifications of nuclear testing underscores a troubling aspect of this history, suggesting that the impacts on both the land and its inhabitants were not mere collateral damage, but rather a predictable outcome of decisions made without adequate regard for the Marshallese people. This aspect is vital in acknowledging the complex legacy of nuclear colonialism and advocating for justice and recognition for all Marshallese. The nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands totaled 108 megatons, with about 55% of all U.S. nuclear tests occurring there. The most powerful test, Castle Bravo, was roughly 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. It reached a peak altitude of 130,000 feet, with a cloud diameter of 62 miles, penetrating the stratosphere near the ozone layer. The Bravo test alone evaporated 3 islands at Bikini Atoll and created a mile-wide crater that is 250 feet below sea level. According to Marshallese elders, who were hundreds of miles away on different islands and atolls from ground zero, the earth beneath them shook. Bravo vaporized 10 million tons of white coral limestone, resulting in a light color fallout that affected every island in the Marshall Islands. The Marshallese who received heavy radioactive fallout experienced nausea, vomiting, skin burns, and lesions, ocular damage, and hair loss. Traces of this fallout were eventually found around the world, as far away as Mexico City, India, nations in Europe, and the United States, among others. In Japan, it was discovered that 20,000 fishermen were exposed to radiation from Castle Bravo. Again, a single nuclear test. In its aftermath, the United States only admitted the test occurred after the Japanese questioned the U.S. government. But the U.S. ignored Marshallese leaders who wrote to the United Nations pleading that the test end. Instead, my ancestral homelands became a scientific laboratory, and my people were literally treated like lab rats. Delayed evacuations and exploitative medical studies intensified the physical suffering of my people. Ultimately, the expansion of testing by the Soviet Union and the fear of radiation exposure by the U.S. public and elsewhere contributed to the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty. But at that point, the damage to my homelands and ancestors was already done. Thyroid issues, cancer, leukemia, and birth defects continue to be widespread in the Marshall Islands today. A 2010 study estimated that 55% of cancers in the northern Marshall Islands are related to radiation exposure. However, this number is low. Despite the presence of U.S. medical programs, the Marshallese people face challenges in accessing cancer screening. Due to the lack of oncology centers and specialists in the Marshall Islands, many seek treatment elsewhere, primarily here in the United States. In 1986, our two countries signed the Compact of Free Association, a special agreement that was intended to keep the Marshall Islands under the thumb of the United States when Marshallese leaders expressed their desire for national sovereignty. As part of the compact, which was just renewed 2 years ago, Marshallese people can travel to the U.S. without a visa. Many, like my family and so many others, left seeking access to education, healthcare, employment, and increasingly fleeing the effects of climate change. There are many misconceptions about this agreement. Many assume that Marshallese individuals who relocate automatically have access to free healthcare or receive payments for migrating, both of which are untrue. In reality, we had to fight for decades to have eligibility for public benefits restored, and most Marshallese migrants encounter significant barriers in education, employment, and healthcare access, all of which were reasons people migrated in the first place. In the latest iteration of the compact, the United States still does not take responsibility for the test or the damages they cause. Elected officials in Washington often are ignorant of the compact's existence, much less the history of testing in the Marshall Islands itself. For the Marshallese people, land represents our matrilineal heritage and is vital to our identity. Displacement has caused cultural disruption, leading to intergenerational trauma. Our elders describe an endless fallout, with birth defects, chronic illnesses, and a growing mistrust of U.S. medical professionals and culture. This connection from ancestral lands has harmed our health and eroded our historical bonds. Despite these challenges, many in our community are working to preserve our tradition and history for future generations, including myself in the organization that I lead, the Marshallese Educational Initiative. There's a lot to unravel from the Marshall Islands nuclear legacy, and what I have shared is only a small part of this ongoing misery for the Marshallese people and other communities impacted by these tests. We expect the U.S. to take full responsibility, officially apologize for its wrongdoings, and provide adequate support for victims' assistance and environmental remediation. The truth is that no amount of compensation can reverse the damage that has already been done. It will not bring back islands that were obliterated or the loved ones we have lost due to nuclear-related illnesses. Justice is not just financial. It is the right to reclaim our land, health, and cultural sovereignty. The experiences of my people, including communities impacted by the first nuclear weapons test and use illuminate why these weapons of mass destruction must be destroyed, which is possible through the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and why the idea that nuclear weapons ensure our safety is a fairy tale. Our experiences, however, are not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benedict. Very powerful testimony. Now, we have our third panelist, Arjun Makhjani. Arjun, you have a very tough job, but you are up to the task of describing in broad terms the scope and the scale of the health and environmental impact of US nuclear weapons production across the dozen major nuclear weapons complex sites and laboratories and dozens of smaller sites across the country, the challenges and long-term costs of remediating the damage going forward. I hand
Thank you very
over
much.
to you, Arjun.
I'm 80, so I hope I am up to the task. At least I'm old enough. Good to see you, Bill. So all of you know that this mess sort of started when Einstein wrote that letter to President Roosevelt saying, you know, do something. Basically saying, do something. The Nazis should not get the bomb first. And just to tell you where I am morally, I think I would have not had more wisdom than Einstein. And if I were here, I probably would have joined. But I've also said that I hope that I would have had the moral vision to quit when Joe Rotblat quit. December 1944. Why is that important in the context of talking about the health and environmental impacts of nuclear weapons production? Well, the Manhattan Project was huge. It was a huge engineering enterprise. You heard about the physicists at Los Alamos. But really, the nuclear weapons states that did atmospheric testing, estimated cause hundreds of thousands of cancers globally, and I'll come to that in a bit, are sort of seen as the, muscular presence of the 20th and 21st century. When Henry Stimson briefed President Truman, who did not know about the Manhattan Project, even as vice president, about the bomb on the 25th of April, 1945. Thank you. He said, basically he told them how destructive it could all be in the world. They were very aware of it. But he also said that, and this is not an exact quote, but not far from it, that we can figure out the proper use of this weapon. We can control the peace of the world, and our civilization can be saved. A civilization that wants to control the peace of the world with nuclear weapons, it's an interesting concept, but wasn't new on April 25th, 1945. It actually arose at about the same time as Einstein wrote a letter saying, we need this for a kind of a deterrence, stop the Nazis from getting it first. But there was another gentleman who had a lot of company in this establishment in this town who thought at the end of the world, basically, the US should tell people what to do because presumably they believed it would be a benign power. In December 1944, early December, the United States knew that the Germans don't have a bomb. But the Japanese actually had been targeted a year and a half before, and Germany had been de-targeted. The scientists who were working on the bomb did not know that. That sort of, Joe Rotblat came to know that Hitler doesn't have the bomb in early December because there was a spy mission. And he quit, but he was the only one who did. Why is that so important? And why do you not yet know about it, I would bet? The big plutonium factory was at that time near completion in Hanford, Washington. there are huge amounts of high-level radioactive waste sitting in tanks still, till today. They have leaked into the ground. I think 67 of them have leaked into the ground, 10 miles from the Columbia River, which is the largest river in the West, I believe, and very central to the existence of, people who live in the West. At that time, the plutonium separation plants had not yet begun to separate plutonium. The reactors had, I'm not exactly remembering the dates of the reactors, but I think the reactors had started in late 44. You might excuse it, I'm wrong about the date. But the plutonium had not been separated. So you irradiate uranium, and you put it into this giant remotely operated chemical plant, and you separate the plutonium, which is a small fraction of the irradiated uranium. And you create all of this highly radioactive waste because of fission products, which are much more radioactive than uranium and more radioactive than plutonium. So if Einstein's purpose was the purpose of the bomb, it would have been stopped. Nazis do not have the bomb, the war is getting over, the Russians are, coming in from the east toward Germany, the Americans and British and some French are coming in to Germany from the west, and it's all going to converge on Berlin pretty soon. There were some hiccups, known as the Battle of the Bulge, that was the biggest one. But basically, in 43, people know which side would win in the West, and in August 44, people knew the war, that Japan would be defeated in the East when Saipan was captured. So at that point, Einstein's purpose was accomplished. If Einstein's purpose was the purpose of the bomb, we would not have all these highly radioactive wastes in the Columbia River. But the Manhattan Project was actually accelerated so that the bomb could be used in this war. That was the purpose of the project, and the guy who headed it scientifically was not Oppenheimer. He was the physicist in Los Alamos. The guy who headed it scientifically worked in the White House. His name was Vannevar Bush. How many have heard of him? A minority. Huh? From me, yes. Most of you may be from me. Maybe the most important scientist in the 20th century, certainly more important than Oppenheimer, who, in my opinion, and I shouldn't really say this because really is an opinion, who, for me, could have done what Oppenheimer did. Probably the most brilliant practical physicist in the 20th century, on both sides, theoretical. So the idea of the bomb being used to tell people what to do after the war was integral in the minds of the people who ran the establishment here. There's plenty of documentation. I wrote an essay about it on the 79th anniversary about a year ago. And if you have some criticism of it, I would certainly welcome it and revise my opinion if I am wrong. Canadian ores may be a little bit better, but Congo uranium ores were 65% uranium. They were already being extracted, not for the uranium, but for the radium, which is a decay product, the one paint dials and the watches, the luminous watches and the aircraft instruments. And the tragic story of the radium dial painters, whose bodies led to the first radiation protection from plutonium in the Manhattan Project, the measurements in their bodies. I would say that the most iconic country of the modern age, including the nuclear age, is Congo. That is where the uranium came from. It went to Canada. It was stored in New York. The wastes, the radioactivity from there is still around New York State. The first real harm, although Trinity harm you've heard about already, the first real harm from nuclear weapons production in terms of tragic health effects happened in Iowa. That is where the process to make uranium metal, which were irradiated in order to make plutonium in Hanford, and then which was developed. And this is important. You take uranium fluoride and you make magnesium with it, and you put it in a pot and you heat it. If you don't heat it exactly right, it will blow up on you. And it was done in a building without venting. It was, a university building. And so this kind of blow up of these smelting pots happened sometimes a few times a week. I think sometimes it happened more than once a day. The larger casualties from uranium production were in the gateway to the west, St. Louis, Missouri, downtown St. Louis, Missouri. That's where, in my estimation, apart from the scientists who knew they would be irradiated at the reactor, which went critical in December 1942, those were, and then the Trinity test. So the plutonium waste, the Trinity waste, the Trinity test irradiation, all of that would not have occurred if the purpose was deterrence of the Nazis. But the purpose was what Stimson told Truman. At least that's what the history tells me. Now the Marshall Islands you've already heard about, and thank you very much. I know we've met sort of online, but I've never heard you speak, so I really appreciate that. I've also studied the Marshall Islands a lot. To this date, Congo, of course, was under Belgian rule at the time. Nobody asked the Congolese. And even now, maybe the most tragic country in many ways amidst all the tragedies that are going on in the world. So you process the uranium, you create depleted uranium. You should see there are 500,000 tons of rusting depleted uranium cylinders in this country alone. Some of that is from power and some of that is from weapons. I won't have time to tell you about how power was sort of the fig leaf on the horror of the thermonuclear bomb. That's for another day. But in the United States alone, mostly so uranium production in the United States also started at the time for the bomb, and Canada also, although most of the Congolese uranium was processed after the war. The high radium was now a waste. It was stored 16 miles west of Cincinnati in silos that were called K65 silos. And that was eventually put into cement and now is a legacy for future Texans in southwest Texas. At the same time, they wanted to know more about radiation. We know a lot more than they did then. And Dick has already talked about how the Marshallese were treated as human experimental subjects. One of the pillars of the radiation establishment, who did some actually interesting, good things, including a very important standard for worker protection from beryllium and radiation protection standards. Merrill Eisenbud, he said, we should do these experiments. We should measure the urine in the people of the Marshall Islands because they're closer to us than the mice, referring to the laboratory mice. That's pretty explicit in the minutes of the 1956 meeting. But before that, the United States had started to do human experiments on Americans. The common thing is vulnerable populations, whether you look at indigenous people in Australia, whether you look at the Marshall Islands, whether you look at French Polynesia, whether you look at Kazakhstan, which you're going to hear about. I'm so happy to see you again. The vulnerable population. Pregnant women were given radioactive cereal. Children who were thought to be, quote unquote, mentally retarded. I met one of them. He didn't seem mentally retarded to me. He was perfectly coherent. I met him, of course, when he was a grown-up in the 1990s. And they were given radioactive cereal. Prisoners' testicles were irradiated to high levels in prisons in Walla Walla, Washington. This all happened until, what would you guess the last date for human radiation experiments was in the United States? 1972. Plutonium injections. When I heard about it in the early 1980s, so it's the physical legacy, about 400, 500,000 cancers we estimated with the international physicians, we being my institute, with the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War, including the great doctor, Australian Dr. Tilman Ruff, you must know him, a good friend. And all the people, there's a Worker Compensation Act, workers who got cancer producing nuclear weapons. Chemical exposure, much underrated. All the nuclear processing takes a lot of chemicals. There's a lot of chemical pollution. So besides the radioactivity, there's terrible chemical pollution. So including mercury, interestingly. Mercury is used in the lithium processing. Lithium goes to making tritium for the bombs. So, and of course, setting off the bomb in this country, the Stalin already got the message when Truman told him we've got something very special at the Potsdam meeting in July 45. Started his bomb project. That started the thermonuclear project. The amount, so one of the ways to make it graphic for you is what happens when the Bravo bomb was exploded. It was a thermonuclear bomb. Deuterium and tritium fuse, and they produce a very benign atom, helium. They also produce a lot of neutrons. Now, very energetic neutrons, which bang into nitrogen in the atmosphere, of which there's a lot of nitrogen in the atmosphere, and produce tritium, which is oxidized, and it becomes radioactive water. So basically, during atmospheric testing, the nuclear powers were raining radioactive rain on the world. Most, of course, in the places of testing. Marshall Islands testing amounted to the explosive power amounted to one Hiroshima bomb every day for 20 years. That's the amount of explosive power in those 67 tests. More than 100 times the explosive power of the atmospheric tests in Nevada, which was deadly enough and has caused all these cancers and irradiation of children and thyroid cancers throughout the country. When thyroid exposure maps were published in this country, I wish I could show you some of these maps, but I'll send the slides and maybe you can put them up on your websites. The lower 48 United States, as if we're an island. I had a friend once who thought that Alaska was an island because it was up there. And Canada did not exist. And a brilliant woman, but that's how she learned in school. Of course, when I talked to her, she knew Alaska was not an island. But in school, she thought Alaska was an island. Because up there, the United States was over here, Hawaii was over there, and there was nothing else. I called that planet America. But there was radiation in Canada, there was radiation in Mexico. The Bravo test produced, and I have the map here, I wish I could show you, produced a hotspot in Mexico City. It produced, the Castle series produced hotspot in Mexico City to the east of the Marshall Islands, and it produced a hotspot in Colombo, Sri Lanka. We know that because they had gum film, they had measurements set up all around the world during thermonuclear testing. I'll end pretty soon. The degree of damage that has been done is really, really exemplified by the people who have been who have been subjected to these radioactive and chemical wastes, who will be living with it from the Congo to the Navajo Nation, where there are 500 abandoned nuclear uranium mills. There are more than 200 million tons of mill tailings containing radium with a half-life of 1,600 years. But the parent radionuclide from which radium comes, and radium will be there so long as thorium-230 is there, the half-life of thorium-230 is 75,000 years. And we've got this stuff sitting around in plastic-lined basins, thinking, well, they're supposed to last for 1,000 years. Many are torn already, of course, because you're running tractors over them to lay them down. More than 200 million tons of uranium mining waste in this country, and then from the ancillary power that arose out of the whole mess all over the world. So I won't detail you with the numbers. There are plenty on our website, IER.org. But I'll just say this. The problem of reproductive impacts and intergenerational impacts, and I'll close on this, which in my mind in some ways is the most important problem, was recognized early on. The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, which was put in place to evaluate the effects of the bombings like of Dresden and Tokyo and so on, and the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, sent a medical and scientific delegation to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, to Japan, to study the medical and health situation there, starting in September 45, and they published their report in 1947. And in that report, they said basically the women who were pregnant within 900 meters of ground zero, they lost their pregnancies, essentially everyone. Between 900 meters and 2 kilometers, a little over a mile and a quarter, there was very severe damage to the pregnancies. Between 2 and 3 kilometers, where the bomb impact was not as great, only 1/3 of the children were born supposedly normally. That is, no immediate visible effects. I want to read to you what the physicists and scientists at the University of California, my doctoral alma mater, said about testing in the and how deliberate this was. So they knew that there will be genetic damage from testing early on. They knew that the Nevada test site was unsuitable because Stafford Warren had said after the Trinity test, don't test within 150 miles of human habitation. And of course, St. George, Utah is within 150 miles. Bikini was unsuitable by that criterion because Rongelap is within 150 miles. So all the sites were unsuitable. The major, Bikini as a site, Nevada as a site was unsuitable. And then the entire Marshall Islands was considered unsuitable by meteorological surveys specific to the Marshall Islands in 1948. Okay, so here's what my alma mater, April 1960 California engineer editorial said. I'm done. This is the last thing I'm going to quote to you. They believed that testing would, quote, increase genetic and pathological damage, and that it has so far, that is to 1960, produced about an additional 6,000 babies born with major defects worldwide. I mean, this was the science prevailing at the time. I've read the underlying science. Linus Pauling actually wrote an article in Science with these kinds of numbers, of course, opposing testing. And then they said, whether you choose to look at 1 part in 5,000 risk of major birth defects, or 6,000 babies born with major birth defects worldwide, you must weigh this acknowledged risk with the demonstrated need of the United States for a nuclear arsenal. So the United States have arrogated it to itself the right to damage children all over the world who might be on the receiving end of their nuclear weapons in order for the demonstrated, which to my mind scientifically was not demonstrated at all. This is in reference to the Korean War, that we should maybe think about using nuclear weapons in wars like that because we didn't quite win that one. Although nuclear weapons could not be used during that war, and they didn't quite win that one, maybe because the Soviets already had nuclear weapons. the, it's hard to know whether the moral presumption, the physical damage, the political presumption, which is worse. But we are still living with the legacy of all of that in the world. The 5 members of the Security Council who are supposed to look after the safety and peace of the world are all responsible for nuclear weapons testing in the atmosphere and the kind of damage I have tried to convey to you with some vignettes today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arjun, for that rich knowledge that you've brought to us today. I'm sure we would all be very interested in hearing a lot more, but for time restrictions. And you did refer to Joseph Rotblat, who of course was the only early nuclear scientist on the Manhattan Project to leave for moral reasons, and later became a nuclear disarmament activist and won the Nobel Peace Prize. But I mean, he said about deterrence that it is the ultimate form of terrorism. And I mean, he's right. So now we have time for questions from the audience. So we'll just wait and see. I might. Thanks. Okay. All right. One question we have from the audience is, have any of you met with proponents for resuming nuclear tests? If so, what was their reaction to your stories and advocacy? If not, how can we reach them with your devastating experiences? So, start with you, Mary.
I guess. I mean, we've met with a lot of people in Congress, many of them, I'm sure, wanting to resume nuclear testings. I think it's absolutely urgent. They see our faces, hear our voices, and know they're real human beings who will suffer from these weapons. Interestingly, Trump has said that we shouldn't have nuclear weapons. But who knows? He says many things and then forgets. I think it's really hard to get through with them. I've had them tell me, well, we have to use these weapons because they have these weapons. And there's a horrible price to be paid for deterrence. Deterrence does not really work. There's just, the price is far, far too high. And we do try to tell them that. And I think sometimes it gets through to their staffers. I'm not sure it gets through to them, because to them, I think it's all still very abstract. And we just try to remind them, this is a very human consequence. So we try. I think they have to hear from many, many people, though. They just have to hear from their constituents. What was it Cory Booker said? The power of the people is greater than the people in power. So I think we just keep pushing.
Here. Question for Benedict. Unless, do either of you want to respond to that first question or go on to the other questions? All right. Benedict, how could the compact be changed and improved, and what would the process for that be? Congressional approval?
Well, thank you. So unfortunately, the compact, I mean, it has already been negotiated. That happened, I think, between 2020 and the year 2023. And we did bring up so many issues, ongoing issues that have yet to be addressed pertaining to the nuclear legacy. And despite discussions with the US government at the time, the compact that we have now obviously doesn't address the nuclear legacy. For me, I don't think I see the compact as a form of compensation, as a way to right the wrongs of the past. If anything, it's an obstacle to nuclear legacy. There's actually an espousal clause in Section 177 of the compact that prevents communities from Bikini Atoll and Iwedak and 2 other areas in the Marshall Islands from pursuing nuclear compensation from the U.S. And so I think for us, it's right now, instead of just focusing on pursuing nuclear justice bilaterally, which is what we've been doing for decades, it's pursuing nuclear justice at the international level. And that is what we are doing at the Human Rights Council with the support of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And the next session, I believe, on this current report that they're working on will be next year in the fall at the Human Rights Council.
Thank you. And of course, there is the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which is the first international framework to provide for victim assistance and environmental remediation. And you and your colleagues have certainly been very active in seeking justice through that treaty. Now, Arjun, we have a question about the extent geographically of the main US nuclear weapons production sites around the US and the dozens of minor sites. Of course, you referred to Hanford in Washington State, and I believe the EPA has described that as the most toxic place in America. And you talked about the underground steel containers containing millions of tons of high-level radioactive nuclear waste, which is leaking now into the Columbia River. And I understand the cleanup bill for Hanford is already over $800 billion and they still haven't cleaned it up. And that's just one site across the states. So can you tell us about that?
Well, it'll be hard to give you a full tour, but the big sites during the Manhattan Project were, of course, Hanford, Los Alamos, which is also contaminated, Oak Ridge, and then there were sites where the uranium was stored and processed. I alluded to them, New York, Canada, Ohio. So there's a big uranium metal factory built after the war in Ohio, 16 miles west of Cincinnati. It was called the Feed Materials Production Center, and that's where the radium was processed into cement eventually. It was shut down in 1989. There is, of course, a nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly plant in the panhandle of Texas near Amarillo. And I have spoken to the farmer couple whose land goes right up to the boundary of the Pentex plant. And the reason I know these farmers is they were very worried about their groundwater. This is above the Ogallala Aquifer, the largest aquifer in the United States. They used to burn depleted uranium, which is basically a surplus of waste material used in bombs. But once the bombs are dismantled, it's not very valuable. They can just get new depleted uranium pretty cheaply. So then there are the other enrichment sites that were built, Portsmouth, Ohio, on the Ohio River in Ohio. And then Paducah, Kentucky is the other enrichment site. During the 1950s, I'll give you a small example. Daryl is here, so it's a personal example with Daryl. During the 1950s, everybody wanted into the uranium business. Nuclear business was seen as the future. And this very large factory that made uranium metal for the reactors in the Savannah River site in South Carolina and Hanford used to subcontract a small, and one of the subcontractors was in Daryl's hometown, and I went there and spoke there during the cleanup time some decades later. And it was basically, the processing was done, the machining of uranium was done in basically a shed without even a chimney, venting out through windows into people's backyards where children were playing. And then later on, was it canned food, Daryl, that was stored in these places? People forgot about it. And there were several hundred sites like this throughout the country that were contaminated. Long Island had some quite prominent sites I've been to, and a book was published during the Clinton administration under the Secretary O'Leary that kind of had a pretty good survey of a lot of these sites. You can never really completely clean them up. Cleanup is kind of a misnomer. Some remediation is possible, but the radioactivity is basically forever. But that's a story for another day. That gives you a little bit of a tour.
Thank you very much.
Livermore
Arjun.
Lab, of course. There's Sandia Lab, 2 of them. There's so many places.
Thank you. So Mary, we have a few questions around the RECA bill. With the extension of RECA only 2 years from now, what should we do today to further expand and extend compensation? And RECA, even if a partial victory, is one of the few policy victories we've seen recently in the US. What lessons can we learn to apply to further fighting for RECA and on other issues?
First of all, never give up. We've been at it 30 years, and we didn't think it would actually happen, so never, ever give up. You just have to keep pushing. I think the best thing to do, I know people probably think I'm ungrateful for what we got. I mean, my family's now covered. I'm covered. But 2 years isn't a very long time when you have to go through an onerous process of documentation. You have to document where you lived at the specified times. And when you were a child then, it's really hard to produce receipts. You have to prove that what disease you had and have your medical records. I don't still have mine. I hope they have them somewhere in my hospital. But I think the best thing to do is just to let people know in Congress that it's not over, that work's not finished. There are still far too many communities that were left out. The Ohio site's not included. There were a few sites, Kentucky, Tennessee, but not enough were included. And for states, only all of Utah, all of Idaho, and all of New Mexico were included. The other states where people worked so hard were not. I think we just have to keep pushing. We have to say, it's not over. I think it's going to be very easy for them to think, oh, we took care of them, they'll go away. Well, I had a friend, and unfortunately he's gone, but he always said, they're just waiting for all of us to die. And, you know, when you look at the ages that you had to be covered, we're all getting there. So I say push hard, let them know that was a great thing you did. That was great progress, but it did not go far enough. I think that's what we have to do.
Thank you, Mary. And of course, nuclear survivors are the true experts on the reality of nuclear weapons, what nuclear weapons actually do to people and to the environment. Benedict, the Runit Dome on Enuet Atoll, which is where the US stored like 35 Olympic swimming pools worth of nuclear waste in a crater from a previous nuclear explosion, covered it over with a concrete dome in the 70s. That concrete dome is cracking, and with sea level rising, with climate change, it's leaking into the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that's just, it's a symbol of, you know, everything that's wrong with this issue, and it shows the interconnectedness of all of these different issues, whether you're talking about colonialism and racism, the impact on the environment, on health, on human rights, on food security. Can you talk to us a bit about those interconnections and the Marshallese experience of that?
So the Runit Dome, actually it was back in December of 2019 that Congress instructed the U.S. Department of Energy to assess the situation at the Runit Dome, because for years, for decades, the Marshallese government, the Marshallese people have been trying to say that it's leaking. This nuclear debris, as you mentioned, it's about the size of 35 Olympic-sized swimming pools. But what's contained in the Runit Dome is only 1% of the total nuclear debris that's in the Marshall Islands. And there are many reasons why it was put that way. But one is, you know, to make it seem like they really cleaned up the Marshall Islands. But there's actually a community on Enewetak Atoll. They were told by the US government that it was safe for them to return. Despite this waste, despite the fact that it's a former test site. And people are sick, they have cancer, diabetes, heart disease, so many health issues. And they were told not to eat what is grown on the land or from the ocean. Now, imagine a community that depends on food that's imported from the outside world. And it takes weeks, if not months, for that food to actually be shipped to this community. And so what happens when that food takes long for them to receive? They have no other choice but to eat what's grown on the land or from the ocean. And, that's the reality of this community on Enewetak and many other communities in the Marshall Islands. That's why we say this nuclear legacy has yet to be addressed.
The Runa Dome was part of a cleanup of part of Marshall Islands that were oriented primarily to plutonium. Some of that plutonium was collected, a very large amount of waste was put in there. The Runa Dome, the waste was put into a bomb crater, and the bomb crater was not lined. So this is already a completely fractured environment, and the waste was put in there, so it was in communication with the ocean from the very beginning, before the cracks and on the top. So that communication of radioactivity with the ocean was going on from the time the Runa Dome was built. There were two other plutonium. So most of the plutonium is in the lagoon. There's some plutonium where in Eniwetok where people are living, as Bentik said. But there were two accidents in the 1960s with nuclear weapons. You probably have heard of them. Palomares, a village in Spain, where plutonium got scattered from an aircraft accident that was carrying bombs. And the same happened in Tula, Greenland, a place much in the news these days. And plutonium got scattered over there. In both those places, the majority of the plutonium that was collected was sent back to the nuclear weapon sites in the United States, Savannah River site in South Carolina, which, by the way, is still leaking tritium into the Savannah River. People in Hilton Head may not know that they are drinking tritium-contaminated water. It's below the drinking water standard by quite a bit, but I don't agree that the drinking water standard is a good standard. In the case of the Runa Dome, the Nevada Operations Office, if I'm remembering correctly, and the Marshallese said, why don't you take this back to the United States? And they were refused. In contrast to what they had done in Greenland, which was in cooperation with the government of Denmark and the government of Spain. So I just wanted to make that note. And you're right, most of the radioactivity, the coconut crabs will be affected by strontium-90. They were not the object of the cleanup at all.
Thank you, Arjun. Now, I think we've just got time for perhaps just this one final question. And I'll direct this to Mary and Benedict. For people who do not have your lived experience, how do we best communicate with the general public to raise awareness without co-opting your stories?
Well, number one, I think you amplify our stories. You keep telling them. I don't think you have to have lived it to fight it, but I do think it helps to share the stories, amplify them, just keep telling them. I have copies of that map and little ones you can put in your wallet. I carry mine in my wallet. I show it everywhere I go because I think it speaks volumes about what happened.
I would have to say the same thing. I often tell people that the only thing we have is our voices, something that our elders, ancestors were prevented from using during the nuclear testing program. Um, and it's not easy talking about these issues. They are lived experiences. I have lost countless family members to cancer and other nuclear related illnesses. And 3 of my grandparents, one passed away in 2020, another 2 years later, and another the following year. All from either cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and the one that is still with us today, she's actually from Bikini Atoll. She turned 81 3 months ago, has not set foot on her homeland. But she's actually, right now I should be with her, next to her. She's actually supposed to go in for surgery next week for a brain tumor. And so that's one of the things that we have to deal with, is trying to balance this work, but also making sure that we have time with our loved ones, especially those who are older and who lived during that time. And oftentimes people ask me, how do you deal with this trauma? This is how I deal with it. I retell the story over and over again, because my grandmother is not going to do that. The older generation, they're not going to do that. And so this obligation has fallen on me and my generation. And so I think, yeah, like Mary said, that's the only way, is to retell the story, make those connections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please thank our panel.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. And now we're going to have a quick 15-minute break, and we'll come back for the second panel. Great. I'm going to do that again with the microphone on. I wanted to thank everyone who was part of putting this event together. In particular, I wanted to thank the Plowshares Fund and Prospect Hill Foundation for sponsoring and supporting the event. And also, I wanted to thank the amazing staff at Win Without War and the Arms Control Association for all their work. Folks, if you are part of those staffs, can I get you to raise your hands, please? And can I ask folks to give them a round of applause? In particular, the core teams, Sophia, Samifa, Shizuka, and Libby. Thank you all so much for all of your hard work. Thank you to our videographer, Brendan, who is doing phenomenal work, and the crew at C-SPAN for being here, and everyone at the venue staff. And before that, I also wanted to say a special word of thanks to David Courtright, who is on my board and has been such a phenomenal figure and mentor to so many of us. And I wanted to give you a special acknowledgement today. And as well, yes. And I also wanted to say a huge thank you to Daryl as my co-conspirator in this event, who has been it is just, you are one of the fiercest advocates we have, and I'm always so glad that you are on our side. And with that, again, I know I run Win Without War, and I think that there's a lot I know about these issues, and listening to the stories of the first panel, I was blown away by how much I learned and how much there is still to discover on this and the harms. And thank you again so much for all that you all shared. And if anyone else was like me, who has that campaigner instincts, who gets really angry when you hear about those injustices, we will have action coming up that will be here in panel 3. So I will just say it will be here. And with that, I'm going to introduce Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins, who is going to be moderating our second panel. She was the former Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security. And also, I wanted to give a very personal thank you to the ambassador. There aren't that many senior women of color in this space. And you were one of the original founders of WCAPS and have been such a role model for so many women and people of color in this space. And as you have gone up through the ladders of your career, you have always made a point of ensuring that others can follow in your footsteps and have made so much room for so many of us. And I know that people like me and people like so many others would not have been in this space had it not been for the leadership that you have done. So thank you.
Wow, thanks for that introduction. Really appreciate that. Also want to thank Armed Control Association and Win Without War and all the other organizations that help make this possible. It's always great to see friends, some who I haven't seen in a while, and who are still working so hard on these issues throughout so many years. So it's good to see both those of us who are seasoned in these fields and those who are new in these fields are going to keep carrying the torch forward. So today in this panel, we're going to be looking at the role of citizens in reducing nuclear danger. And so it's an opportunity to really focus on and discuss, historically what individuals like yourselves and organizations have done to promote nuclear nonproliferation, disarmament, dealing with nuclear danger issues. There's a rich history of this. All of you who are here are personifying that because of what you do and what you do both at your work, whatever that work may be, whether it's an NGO or think tank or even, outside the U.S. working on these issues. But, also what you do individually, whether you're writing something or organizing something yourself. But, in many ways, citizens and individuals play a role in trying to promote these important issues, to promote issues that will prevent nuclear dangers. So I look forward to a panel where we can have these conversations. And, when we look at the history of what citizens have done, we heard a little bit this morning about the scientists and their role in, in developing the first nuclear weapon. We also know that there are scientists, of course, being more concerned about nuclear weapons once the bomb was detonated. And even at an early stage of atomic research, it became clear that technology was advancing very quickly. The U.S. attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki really started a strong public anti-nuclear movement. A movement of scientists developed to try to prevent military control of atomic energy, resulting in the foundation of the Federation of American Scientists. Critics of nuclear power were becoming increasingly vocal, expressing concerns about the testing of nuclear weapons in the atmosphere, radioactive fallout, and the potential for radiation to cause genetic mutations. The First World Conference against atomic and hydrogen bombs was held in Hiroshima in 1955. The Cold War resulted in more fear of nuclear attack, the construction of backyard nuclear bomb shelters, regular duck and cover drills in grade school, the ban the bomb movement in Britain, construction of missile bases were protested. Increasingly, controversy developed over construction of commercial nuclear power plants. Although the anti-nuclear movement continued in the U.S. in the 1960s and 70s, some momentum was lost as many other social issues came to the forefront, such as the Vietnam War, the women's movement, and civil rights, and environmental issues. One environmental issue strongly affected the anti-nuclear movement was a concern about thermal pollution due to hot water discharge from nuclear power facilities' cooling systems. The anti-nuclear movement reemerged as a major social movement after the energy crisis in the early 1970s. This crisis and associated efforts to both expand nuclear power and provide improved nuclear safety brought many nuclear issues and concerns to the forefront. During that time, commercial nuclear power continued to develop across the globe, as did both public concerns about nuclear power and awareness of the benefits of nuclear power. The anti-nuclear movement was strongly supported by American activists Ralph Nader, the Sierra Club, and Friends of the Earth, who all called for moratoria on nuclear power development. Anti-nuclear activities were brought to worldwide attention in 1979 when the 3 Mile Island accident occurred at a nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania. In the late 1970s, also saw expansion of anti-nuclear activities in Western Europe as protests increased against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's sharing of nuclear weapons and its stance that conventional deterrence is not nearly as effective as nuclear deterrence. That conventional deterrence is not nearly as effective as nuclear deterrence. In the 1980s, anti-nuclear activism was then largely directed to halting testing, deployment, and development of nuclear weapons, managing radioactive waste disposal, and preparing emergency evacuation plans in the event of an accident at a nuclear power plant. In June 1982, 1 million people demonstrated in New York City's Central Park against nuclear weapons and for an end to the Cold War arms race. It was the largest anti-nuclear protest and the largest political demonstration in American history, up until recently. International Day of Nuclear Disarmament protests were held on June 1983 in 50 states across the U.S. There were many Nevada Desert Experience protests and peace camps at the Nevada test site during the 80s and 90s. This movement influenced arms control agreements between Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan and positively contributed to nuclear disarmament and the avoidance of nuclear war. A resurgence of nuclear interest in the anti-nuclear movement began in the mid-1980s again, after higher than normal numbers of deaths from children with leukemia was reported for residents near several types of nuclear facilities. In '86, the nuclear movement was again receiving a boost from the nuclear power plant accident in Chernobyl. And of course, I'm not going to go through the rest because we don't have time, but just this kind of sets the stage. So with the concerns of global warming and the new power plants that are being promoted, there's obviously interest continuing and into the future on nuclear issues and nuclear dangers. And that's where all of you are doing your work and stepping in to continue this legacy of work by individuals and citizens that grew up from the first test of nuclear weapons. So with that, I'm happy to note that we have 4 amazing people who will be on our panel. One person who unfortunately cannot be with us because he's in Japan. But the first person will be see you on video, Akira Kawasaki, Executive Committee member from Peace Boat. Second, Susan Gordon, an old friend, I haven't seen in a while. Coordinator, Multicultural Alliance for a Safe Environmental Environment, former director of the Alliance for Nuclear Accountability. Michi Takeuchi, filmmaker and second generation Habakusha. And Togzen Casanova, another good friend, Senior Fellow, Project for International Security, Commerce and Economic Statecraft, University of Albany, and author of Atomic Step, How Kazakhstan Gave Up the Bomb. So we're going to start with a video from Kira Kawasaki.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me briefly talk about the experiences of Japan with a focus on the role of hibakusha, the atomic bomb survivors. Last year, Nihon Hidankyo was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Nihon Hidankyo stands for the Japan Confederation of the Atomic and Hydrogen Bomb Sufferers Organizations. It was created in 1956, 11 years after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and 2 years after the US major hydrogen bomb test called Castle Bravo in the Marshall Islands. Around that sea area, thousands of fishing boats were sailing, one of which was Japanese tuna fishing boat named Daigo Fukuryu Maru, or the Fifth Lucky Dragon. The crew members were exposed to the radioactive fallout without knowing what it was. After returning to a Japanese port, some of the crew members died of radioactive sickness. It triggered a huge reaction in the Japanese public. 9 years after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for the third time, Japanese people were victimized by nuclear weapons. And it was in the context of the nuclear arms race. Countries were competing to acquire and increase nuclear weapons by conducting nuclear test explosions. This is unacceptable. Women and men in Tokyo started a petition campaign against A&H, atomic and hydrogen bombs. And the campaign was spread around Japan. The first world conference against A&H bombs was organized in Hiroshima in 1955. And in the next year, Nihon Hidankyo was established. Nihon Hidankyo, in its founding, declared to save humanity while saving themselves. It has called on the governments of the world to abolish nuclear weapons to ensure that there will be no more hibakusha. At the same time, it has called on the Japanese government to compensate for the damage and sufferings from the atomic bombings. It should be noted that they have called for compensation by the Japanese government on the basis of its own war responsibility. But the government's assistance measures of hibakusha so far have been insufficient and far from such state compensation in nature. The government is providing some medical assistance to those who survived on the basis of their estimated exposure to radiation. But no compensation has been made for the hundreds of thousands of deaths. Also, the recognition of hibakusha has been very narrowly defined. It was only in 2021 that those who were in the wide range of areas that radioactive black rain fell after the Hiroshima bomb became eligible to get recognized as hibakusha. Also, many of atomic bomb-related diseases, such as cancer and leukemia, have been dismissed, saying that the causal relationship with the A-bomb cannot be scientifically proven. Even today, 80 years after the bombing, the hibakusha and the Japanese government are fighting over the recognition and the support measures. The Norwegian Nobel Committee stated in its explanation about the reason to award Nihon Hidankyo that their witness testimony has greatly helped establish the nuclear taboo, or the norm against the use of nuclear weapons. In a press conference following the Nobel announcement, Ms. Masako Wada, Assistant Secretary General of Nihon Hidankyo, said that it was not nuclear weapons, but the hibakusha's testimony that have prevented nuclear weapons from being used in war ever since Nagasaki. This is such a clear critique against nuclear deterrence. Indeed, Hibakusha's testimony has played a vital role in establishing the notion that nuclear weapons are bad. In Japan, Hibakusha's efforts have been combined with peace education at schools in keeping the public opposition to nuclear weapons high. Japan's 1967 non-nuclear three principles have been widely supported even today. Internationally, the Hibakusha, including Nihon Hidankyo representatives, have repeatedly attended and spoken at the NPT review conferences and preparatory committee meetings, warning the world's governments of the danger of nuclear weapons. Also, they played a central role in a humanitarian initiative that led to the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, in 2017. Hibakusha's testimony is so powerful and direct in convincing governments of the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. Many NGOs, including Mayors for Peace and my organization, Peaceboat, have partnered with Hibakusha in spreading their messages and encouraging the governments to advance nuclear disarmament, including through the universalization of the TPNW. The Nobel Peace Prize is not only a recognition of its achievement, but also an encouragement of further work. In ICANN's case, thanks to the 2017 award, it could expand the staff team and partner organizations both. But in the case of Nihon Hidankyo, the same model cannot apply. Hibakusha's average age is 86. Today, the number of Hibakusha who are alive is a little less than 100,000 every year. Nearly 10,000 are dying. This leads to the question of how we can collectively pass down the memories of Hibakusha so the norm against nuclear weapons is kept strong, a question that I hope to be lively discussed later in the panel. Thank you very much.
So it'd be great if our panelists can join me up here. And also, if you have questions, please remember to put those on your index cards and just raise your hand when you have one, and someone will gather from you. So our first panelist is Susan Gordon. And please refer to your handouts because all the bios are attached.
So thank you. Is this on now? Yes. Okay, good. So you probably don't remember, but I was with you the day that Hillary Clinton made you an ambassador. So it was quite a stunning moment. We had to leave all our cell phones and lock them up and stuff, but I'm so honored to have seen that and still have you doing this work. So I particularly appreciated the timeline that you were lining out because it does impact what was going on in the U.S. So I'm going to repeat that in 1982, nearly 1 million people showed up in New York City for the largest ever No Nukes rally. There was broad public support for an international framework to freeze nuclear weapons production. So this is my story, but it illustrates the power of grassroots community organizing and the successes that we can collectively claim. In 1984, I was living on the Oregon coast. I had started to get involved in the local anti-nuclear movement and helped to pass a county ballot measure to make Coos County a nuclear weapons-free zone. This same local-based political action was being replicated across the U.S. with more than 220 zones created. Grassroots leaders in Oregon united 25 groups, and we founded Oregon Peaceworks in 1987, which became the leading peace and environmental organization in the state. We formed a political arm as well so that we could work on electoral campaigns. Internally, we decided that we needed to replace the representative in the 2nd Congressional District in order to move our agenda forward. So we organized and co-led the campaign for Representative Mike Kopetsky. He was in the Oregon House, but lost in 1988 by 707 votes. We kept campaign staff in place and continued to organize and won the 1990 election. Shortly after Mike was elected to office, I reached out to the DC-based arms control groups and asked what we in Oregon could do to help stop nuclear weapons production. I was promptly turned away because our new representative was a freshman in Congress, would have no power since Oregon was a powerless state, and no one would want to work with us. And I might add that I was a woman. I pushed back 3 times and was eventually given a challenge that no one expected we could meet. But our campaign work with Representative Kopetsky had made him a supporter, and he quickly agreed to start the discussion for a test moratorium. Within 1 week, Mike and House Majority Leader Dick Gephardt were able to get a letter and draft legislation to their fellow members of Congress, and that became the basis of our next 3 years of work. In addition to Mike, Oregon Republican Senator Mark Hatfield was a key leader for the test moratorium. Senator Hatfield was on the first Navy ship that sailed into Hiroshima Harbor after the bomb dropped. He often spoke about his experience witnessing the devastation, and each year voted against the U.S. military budget. It was quite remarkable because all the votes were 99-1, and he kept voting year after year. Our local grassroots groups met monthly and received information from the national organizations about what was needed. I reached out to Mike, and he did the behind-the-scenes work to move legislation forward in D.C. On October 6, 1992, President George H.W. Bush signed into law the Hatfield-Exxon-Mitchell Amendment, establishing a temporary unilateral moratorium on nuclear testing. That moratorium has held and still works to constrain the U.S. and other countries from full-scale nuclear weapons testing. I believe that this is a prime example of how a small group of people can change the world, to paraphrase Margaret Mead. My personal next step was accepting a position as the executive director of the Alliance for Nuclear Accountability, ANA, based in Seattle. ANA was also founded in 1987 when grassroots groups living in the shadows of the nuclear weapons complex production sites came together to share experiences and build power to hold the Department of Energy, DOE, accountable for policies that had left contamination and illnesses in our communities. I joined ANA in 1995 and stayed for 17 years. ANA is led by grassroots organizations, and in June of this year, they held their 36th annual DC Days to bring local folks to Washington to speak to members of Congress and key agencies to press for policies to protect our communities. And I have to say, many years we held that in this room, so it was very spooky walking in. The ANA network expanded by building trust among the groups, sharing information and tactics. In 1995, you needed a dial-up modem to access the internet. Most of the ANA groups did not have that ability, so we relied on fax machines. If a local group was meeting with DOE official at the Fernald Feed Plant near Cincinnati, Ohio, and were told some information, we could quickly fax it to the next group near the Mound Plant in Dayton, Ohio, to ask the same questions. We began to force them to tell the truth about environmental contamination. ANA was committed to empowering grassroots communities by providing funding to buy fax machines and modems and for travel to participate in national meetings. That model of support for participation is a hallmark of how to organize democratically. We had staff in DC and in our Seattle office that coordinated, fundraised, and helped to build strategies that did not allow for NIMBYism, not in my backyard, as an acceptable position. Any DOE decision that negatively impacted one of our groups was opposed by all of the groups. We forced them to stop the shell game of moving waste between communities as an alleged cleanup plan. We had to learn to become citizen experts on our DOE sites. We taught ourselves how to read the federal budget, and in particular, the budgets at each production site in the complex. We could track specific weapons programs and were able to see and document how much money was actually being spent on nuclear weapons production and how little was being spent on cleanup of the environmental legacy. Clean up, don't build up was our motto. That holds true to this day. In the past 10 years, the nuclear weapons budget has increased by $9.5 billion in 2025 dollars. At the same time, the environmental management budget stagnated. The cleanup budget has only increased by $1.3 billion in 10 years. Arjun Makajani taught us about science and the impacts of radiation on our health, and as a result, we were able to demand more protective cleanups at closure sites. We won a lawsuit against DOE and used the settlement to create a $3 million fund that provided grants to grassroots groups that were then able to hire their own experts to counter the disinformation from DOE. One of our fund resistance actions came about when DOE announced Complex 21, a proposal to rebuild the entire weapons production complex. ANA dubbed it as Bombplex 21, and we organized with many national and local groups to send in email comments to DOE. This was the first time that electronic mail was used in such a manner, and we generated over 150,000 comments opposing this misguided plan. The Cold War ended in 1991, which created an opening to talk about ending nuclear weapons production worldwide, and ANA saw some significant environmental wins. The main plutonium processing facility at Rocky Flats in Colorado was shut down during an FBI raid after environmental and health concerns were raised by the local Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Group. The Fernald feed plant misled the community into thinking it was a Purina animal feed plant, but was actually processing uranium. The local group sued the DOE for contaminating their community and won. Congress immediately passed a bill to prevent future lawsuits against the Department of Energy. ANA worked with Senator John Glenn to force the National Institutes of Health to release a study about the potential health risks from the fallout from the above-ground nuclear weapons tests in the U.S. The report had been suppressed for 14 years. You can now go online and type in your date of birth, your location during the testing, and your milk consumption, and receive information about your potential radiation exposures. There are many other stories about our collective work. We partnered with Russian anti-nuclear activists and joined in several exchange visits, sharing skills and building strategies. Kazakh activists working on closing the Russian test site traveled to the Nevada test site and founded the Nevada Semi-International Movement to close all nuclear weapons tests. After leaving ANA, I joined the Multicultural Alliance for a Safe Environment, working on uranium mining issues with indigenous communities in New Mexico, and that's where I am today. Uranium is the first step in the nuclear fuel chain, and the environmental legacy has still not been addressed. We are now facing a renewed interest in uranium mining due to the administration's push to fast-track energy production. I have come full circle, starting with grassroots community organizing in Oregon, moving into state, national, and international work, and now returning to grassroots organizing in New Mexico. It is our persistence despite the challenges that has moved this work along, and a good sense of humor too. We understand the dangers, and we carry the responsibility to find new leaders to continue our work. I'm grateful to have been part of this journey and proud to have been a leader along the way. Thank you for this opportunity to share my story. It is intertwined with stories from many of the people that are here today speaking, and thank you.
That was great. Thank you. Okay, so now we have Michi Takeuchi. Did you want to go?
Sorry. Thank you so much, Ambassador Jenkins. It is such an honor to be here today. Excuse me. Is this a, can you hear? It is such an honor to be here today to take the part in this important 80th commemorative event hosted by the Arms Control Association and Win Without War. My name is Michi Takeuchi. I've lived in New York City for many years, but I grew up in Hiroshima. Both my grandfather and my mother survived the atomic bombing. My grandfather, Dr. Ken Takeuchi, was director of the Hiroshima Red Cross Hospital at that time. My mother, Takako Takeuchi, entered the city on August 8th, 2 days after the bombing, to search for him. She found him seriously injured and stayed at the hospital for several days to care for him, unknowingly exposing herself to radiation. Yet, growing up, my family rarely spoke about their experiences. This silence was common among Hiroshima families at Youth Arts New York, which had created an educational program called Hibakusha Stories, designed to empower youth to help build a world free of nuclear weapons. The program brought atomic bomb survivors from Hiroshima and Nagasaki to speak directly with high school students in the 5 boroughs of New York City. Hearing their testimonies left a deep impression on students and on me too. Over the years, the program reached more than 50,000 students. It was a powerful collaboration between Hibakusha and American educators. Through Hibakusha Stories, I met Setsuko Soro, a Hibakusha from Hiroshima and a lifelong advocate for nuclear disarmament. She delivered the co-acceptance speech in the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017, which was awarded to ICANN. She came to New York from Toronto to participate in the program. We quickly became close. We were both expats living in North America, and we discovered that we had attended the same girls' school in Hiroshima. Setsuko was constantly traveling and sharing her testimony. Her words moved people across culture and generations. But as the demand for her presence grew, so did the physical toll. Though incredibly strong, she was in her mid-80s, and that travel and intense schedule became exhausting. I felt that the documentary could carry her voice farther, preserving her legacy and message for future generations without requiring her to be everywhere in person. That's how my film, The Vow from Hiroshima, began. The film also captured a historic moment, the creation and passage of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which entered into force in 2021. audience responses have been deeply encouraging. We hope to continue using the film to inform and inspire people who may not know what really happened under the mushroom clouds. When we were making the film, Setsuko and other hibakusha encouraged me to explore my grandfather's history. There was not much information to be found. As I said before, he was the director of Hiroshima Red Cross Hospital then, and because all the hibakusha had dealings with the Red Cross Hospital, they were grateful for its presence in the horrific aftermath. It represented hope for all the survivors. I understand I am considered second-generation hibakusha because of my mother's experience. At first, being called this made me feel uneasy. I often hesitated to speak publicly about my family's experiences since they had not shared them with me and they were not my own. Later, I learned that many hibakusha had remained silent due to concerns about the stigma related to radiation exposure, especially its possible effects on their children's employment and marriage prospects. Then, one day in the spring of 2023, something changed. Back in Japan, when I was emptying my parents' home after they passed away, I found my grandfather's old black notebook, his work journal from the hospital covering the period from August 15, 1945 through 1948. The pages were faint, written in pencil, and hard to read after nearly 80 years. But I sensed they held something important. His record of those challenging and unimaginable days after the bombing. I shared the notebook with NHK, the Japanese public broadcaster, knowing they could help decipher and interpret the writings. They were immediately excited by the possibilities. Thanks to their expert team of researchers and historians, they were able to analyze the notebook and build a comprehensive narrative from its pages. As a result, NHK produced a special program titled Hiroshima Red Cross Hospital, Tower of Life. It revealed what truly happened in the days and years following the atomic bombing. The program aired nationally in Japan on August 6th last year. When the bomb was dropped, the hospital was one of the only 2 medical facilities that withstood the blast. It became a visible landmark in a flattened landscape. Thousands of injured and dying people streamed to the hospital seeking help. But inside the hospital, the situation was catastrophic. Equipment was destroyed, medical supplies evaporated, and even walking over the debris was nearly impossible. Of the more than 550 doctors and nurses at the hospital, over 50 were killed instantly, and more than 250 were seriously injured. My grandfather was among them, crushed by a heavy door and pierced all over by shattered glass. Yet, despite his injuries, he led the surviving medical staff, working day and night to care for the wounded and those suffering from radiation sickness, a phenomena no one yet understood. On August 29, 1945, Fritz Billfinger, a delegate from the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, visited the Hiroshima Red Cross Hospital. He immediately responded to the overwhelming scale of devastation and human suffering. My grandfather met with him, explained the hospital's dire condition, pleading for help in securing urgently needed medical supplies. Within 10 days, Dr. Marcel Junot, a senior ICRC field delegate, arrived in Hiroshima. He had negotiated with American occupation forces, and 6 US military planes accompanied him, delivering 15 tons of desperately needed medical aid. Dr. Junot later wrote that despite their own injuries, the hospital staff were working with extraordinary courage and dedication. These doctors and nurses were the first responders in human history to treat victims of a nuclear weapon used in war. With no precedent and no understanding of radiation's effects, the medical staff faced an unimaginable challenge. Junot's visit was a rare moment of international recognition and solidarity in those early weeks. Just days later, on September 5, 1945, the ICRC issued a formal statement declaring that the use of nuclear weapons must be prohibited under international law. This was not a political declaration. It was a humanitarian one grounded in the suffering the ICRC witnessed in Hiroshima. What I have learned about my grandfather through the fragile pages of his notebook has given me a new understanding of who he was and what he endured. Now, at last, I'm able to really grieve for him. Understanding my grandfather's role and the suffering he witnessed helped me to grasp the humanitarian imperative behind banning the world's nuclear arsenals. What began as a personal awakening has become a public commitment to use The Vow from Hiroshima, the film that tells Setsuko Soro's life story and the birth of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, to inform and inspire action toward a world without nuclear weapons. The world still faces the grave threat of nuclear war, but we must also carry the power and the responsibility as citizens, educators, artists, and advocates to protect future generations. Today, 80 years later, as we reflect on the lives of those who endured the unimaginable, not only the survivors, but also those who care for them, we need to recognize the impact of civil society and its ability to respond to such horror with compassion. We need to support the role of civil society, which at its best awakens empathy, opens dialogues, mobilizes action, and shapes a future free from the shadow of nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Okay, our final panelists. Thank you, that was really good. Tagzan Casanova.
It was a cold February day in 1989. Yet another underground nuclear test rocked the mountain of Dagestan in eastern Kazakhstan. Nothing extraordinary. The Soviet military has been testing nuclear weapons for almost 40 years at that point. As happened on many occasions in the past, the radioactive gases escaped the damaged mountain rock and caused severe contamination. The radiation detection devices at a nearby base for Soviet heavy bombers detected high levels of radiation. But unlike in the past, this information did not stay secret. The Soviet Union under Mikhail Gorbachev was undergoing a major transition. Perestroika and glasnost were causing the first cracks in the tightly controlled Soviet system. The news of contamination reached the local regional governor in Semipalatinsk and the government of Kazakhstan in Almaty. The same information also reached a famous Kazakh writer and poet, Olzhas Suleimenov, who was also a member of the Soviet parliament. Within days, Suleimenov was on Kazakh TV inviting those who cared to come to the House of Writers in Almaty to show their protest against nuclear tests. The meeting was scheduled for a couple of days later. What he didn't expect was for thousands of people to show up. In fact, the conference hall inside of the House of Writers in Almaty could only hold 400 people, and so many others had to stay outside in the freezing February cold. At that first rally, speakers, most of them from the affected region, spoke powerfully about the impact of Soviet nuclear tests on their lives and their families. A female obstetrician who helped deliver babies in one of the villages next to the testing site, she shared, "In the last 6 months, out of 48 births, 12 were tragic. 6 newborns died, and 6 were born either without limbs or with Down syndrome." That day, Kazakhstan's anti-nuclear movement was formed. Within days, millions of people signed petitions to stop nuclear tests. And I want to remind, this was 1989, Soviet Union, no social media, no internet. The message was spread throughout the Republic because the journalists who participated in the movement, they were able to use their regional networks and tell their colleagues to spread the message further. People of all backgrounds, ages, and professions joined the movement. Due to the involvement of people from creative professions, filmmakers, and writers, there was a lot of Kazakh symbolism in the rallies. There was almost, I have goosebumps as I speak, there was almost cinematic quality in how they would put these events together. During one of the rallies near the testing site, the people walked between 2 fires, signifying the act of cleansing or catharsis. They hurled rocks into a large pile to create a burial site for the evil nuclear threat. They tied pieces of white cloth on a tree, hoping that their wishes would be granted. The Kazakh anti-nuclear movement was named Nevada Semipalatinsk. And it was because from the very beginning, Kazakhs saw their fight as part of the global fight and global broader struggle. The leaders of the movement sought to establish connection with peace activists in the United States. Kazakh anti-nuclear activists, they longed to be heard and to be supported by their American peers who were waging a similar campaign here in the United States. The movement's leaders would come to the US to tell their stories and also to learn from their American peers how to organize peaceful protests and how to engage in acts of disobedience. And in one of the interviews that I did, one of the leaders of the movement, himself a very prominent culturologist, son of a very famous Kazakh writer, Murat Oezov, he shared that when in 1990, when he came to the US, one of his favorite memories was from San Francisco, where he met the activists, and he said, "What wonderful people those were. They were the ones who blocked roads, got arrested. They shared their experience and brought lots of valuable literature with them." And indeed, Kazakhs were not alone in their struggle, because activists from the United States, Canada, Europe, Japan would come and participate in some of the protests happening in Kazakhstan and in peace marches. There was this huge international Congress of International Voters for the Prevention of Nuclear War held in Almaty in cooperation with International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. And 400 participants from 20 countries came: teachers, lawyers, physicians, nuclear physicists, students, hibakusha from Japan, downwinders from the US. And I want to read a quote from Dan Yan, who was at the time the president of Physicians for Social Responsibility. And he describes one of their visits to Karaul. It's a settlement near the testing site. 2,000 or 3,000 people met us and mingled with us in a large field, as dozens of their fellow villagers told the sad stories of Soviet downwinders. American downwinders and hibakusha from Japan told their stories as well. While these stories were tragic, the atmosphere was that of a great celebration. Kazakh musicians and dancers entertained us. Our host gave us a glorious feast in yurts, some 40 of which were erected for the occasion. The children, who had never seen foreigners before, circulated everywhere, asking us to sign their papers. And he noted that he saw how much courage it took, because it was still a Soviet republic, very dependent on Moscow. And that massive anti-nuclear movement in Kazakhstan took the Soviet military, almost by surprise. The protest began in February of 1989, and the Soviet military just couldn't conduct as many tests as they planned because of this massive outcry. So they continued, but they couldn't keep up at the pace they planned. And actually, by October of the same year, they did their last test. They just couldn't continue because, the public was just so strong. And so the protest continued, and Moscow tried to bargain, saying, we'll offer some social programs, we'll do a survey of health and so on. But by then, it was too late. The population was just not agreeing to, even for a short extension of the testing period. And so politically, the government of Kazakhstan at the time, they were appointed by Moscow, so not free people. But because of this massive public movement, they could use it, first a little bit timidly and then more forcefully. So by 91, they were just standing very strong in their own political struggle with Moscow and saying, that's it, you need to stop it. And so finally, on August 29th of 91, exactly 42 years after the first Soviet nuclear test, Kazakhstan, while still being a Soviet republic, shut down the Semipalatinsk nuclear testing site, banned nuclear tests on its territory, and by a decree that was signed by then President Nazarbayev. And due to politics within Kazakhstan, there was a lot of emphasis that, the president signed the decree, and so even within Kazakhstan, we don't appreciate enough the power of the people, actually, the people who were there, walking and protesting and doing all this hard work. And I think both within Kazakhstan and internationally, we don't recognize the butterfly effect that the movement had. Thank you to Daryl, who always points this out, because a month after Kazakhstan shut down the Semipalatinsk nuclear testing site, Gorbachev announced a unilateral Soviet nuclear testing moratorium. Then in response, later that year, legislation was introduced here for a reciprocal test moratorium. Then it became a law in 92. And in July of 93, Clinton decided to extend the US test moratorium. And as we know, from 94 to 96, negotiations on the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, and then we have CTBT signed by the US as a first country to sign. And while CTBT is not in force yet, We see that the norm of against nuclear tests is so strong, and the monitoring system is so well developed, and hopefully eventually the U.S. and others would do the right thing and ratify the CTBT. But the last thing I want to leave you with is that I think very often, especially in places like DC, we discuss nuclear policy, at high level, as country did this, the government did that, but we don't pay enough tribute to people, Kazakhs, Americans, Japanese, those who are actually doing so much work on the ground that makes all these policy achievements possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, so I think we have 5 minutes. That's it before Q&A? Wow, okay. So I'll just have time for one question. And please remember to, if you have questions, to put them on your slip so they can, and they'll pick them up. So one of the things I wanted to ask and get a view from our panelists is to talk a little bit more about some of the challenges that we see today. We heard about some of those from Darrell Kimball when he did some of the introductions. What are some of the challenges today that you see in terms of dealing with nuclear dangers and the role of citizens? And what are the new challenges that citizens and groups have to face now in trying to address those challenges? So I think I'll start with Susan since you spoke first.
Thank you. I'm not technologically gifted. Well, I think that the challenge is ignorance, especially the young folks that are coming up. We need them as our leaders, but they don't understand the history of what went on before. And because for the younger folks at this point, there hasn't really been, a nuclear accident so much in their lifetime, right? We have Fukushima, but it's kind of far away. And, when 3 Mile Island happened in 1979, that's when the U.S. was really looking at expanding nuclear power in this country. So they really suppressed what was going on at 3 Mile Island. And then for my communities in New Mexico, on July 16th, 1979, 3 months after 3 Mile Island, there was the largest release of radioactive material in U.S. history. It still has not been cleaned up, and we do an annual commemoration on Navajo Nation about that uranium tailing spill accident. So it's education. It's, we have to keep sharing our stories, and somehow that needs to inspire, commitment to doing the work, which is really difficult.
Thank you. Richie?
Yes, thank you. That's a very difficult question. As much as I think is that, in my case, I really feel I really need to stick to the core of the stories that I like to share. I live in the United States. I'm an expat in the United States. I love this country. And yet I know where I'm from. And I don't want any conversation that I ever have in any community conversations or whatever that I just, once people start to, okay, maybe I'm a little older than other people, but sometimes I hear, well, the Pearl Harbor. Once the Pearl Harbor issue comes out, I'm finished. Because that's really like a waste of time for everyone. So what I'm trying to say is that It's very important for me not to overreact to anything and yet keep talking about what I need to share and open the dialogue and have a conversation without having any particular results, possibly.
For me, I think the main troubling phenomenon that I'm observing is complete irresponsibility and bravado of the political establishment, be it, Russia engaging in nuclear blackmail or calls here in the United States for the resumption of nuclear testing, that I just find it so irresponsible that something so major can be talked about so frivolously, and I just find it that it's very irresponsible and not something that countries that are responsible players in the international global order should engage in. And the second component, what I find really hard for me personally, especially because of all the work I do with the affected communities in Kazakhstan or hearing all the other stories from other communities, is how detached nuclear policy conversations are in DC, Geneva, New York, or Vienna. It's just, so abstract. And you see these brilliant people discussing nuclear policy in a very abstract, almost theoretical way, almost luxuriating in, the luxury of intellectual discourse on nuclear weapons. And what I see for myself are, the children that I meet who are still paying the price for the nuclear arsenal that is now used for nuclear blackmail, for example, by a different country. And so, this disconnect between what's actually happening on the ground and the continued high price that is being paid for something that is so abstract in so many powerful, decision makers' minds.
Great, thank you. I don't have, 3-4 minutes left? 5 minutes left. Well, I have one question, but just to kind of follow up on what you guys have been saying, what is the role you think of disinformation in the era of trying to prevent nuclear dangers? And you see what happened with, with the U.S. bombing of Iran, and a lot of that there's a lot of disinformation. But as we talk about education, as we talk about the younger generation and bringing more people into the field, what is the role of disinformation and all that? How does that impact it? Anyone who has a thought on that?
Yeah, it's very complicated because I think people are hearing information about whatever the issue is right now. If it comes from somebody that they believe, it doesn't matter what comes out of their mouths, they believe it. And so that makes it really challenging for us to be able to, tell the truth, counter what's being said, but already people, their ears are closed. They don't want to hear what the truth is. So it's playing a big impact on Navajo Nation. And it's very challenging to try to figure out how to, to reach through that because people have already made their minds up.
I really don't know how to respond. And this information, it's beyond my comprehension, but as far as I'm concerned, I really decided that I like to work with young people before they get polluted.
And I just want to take, put a question, and put the light, for example, on myself or on all of us. My first identity is of a scholar, and I think it's so important for all of us who work on these issues also to be intellectually honest and not exaggerate when, for example, if there is a fact or something is confirmed, and then, for example, I as a scholar can say it with conviction, or I can say that's the best what I can tell you with the information that I possess. But at least for me, it's also very important, even for a good or noble cause, not to exaggerate or not to insert the information that might not be as correct, because in order not to lose legitimacy. So I think intellectual honesty and academic integrity are also vital for all the actors, no matter on what side you think you are.
Okay, so I do have one question, and then we'll conclude. This is for you, Tagzan. Is there any hope that people in Russia today can band together and create a movement against nuclear weapons? Is there currently such a movement in Russia? Do you know? Can they collaborate with others outside of Russia?
So first, I want to give credit to all the scientists or activists who throughout the Soviet period and the modern Russia period worked on these issues and continue working. Unfortunately, the current situation in Russia is not conducive for large-scale work on these kind of issues. And so I know these people are there, and I know it's so difficult for them now. And I believe that they're doing what they can, but unfortunately, I think in the current environment we're in, we cannot expect any large-scale movement on these issues.
Yeah, ANA did a lot of exchanges with the Russian activists working on nuclear weapons policy. We traveled there, we went to Siberia, we did all kinds of presentations, we did media training with them and brought them here to this room to join us in lobbying here. But most of the leaders have been driven out. Natalia Mironova, who had a network of groups in Siberia, she was attacked, her apartment was broken into, materials were stolen. So she has sought asylum and has gotten her naturalization here in the U.S. What is his name? Vladimir Sliviak. He was a Russian activist. He went to South Africa and pretty much single-handedly convinced South Africans not to move forward with nuclear power. He has had to leave and is now in Germany. Natalia, oh boy, I can't remember what her name is, another activist. She ended up as a refugee in Paris. She is regularly on the news in Paris talking about Ukraine because she's Ukrainian. Many of them had Ukrainian background. So I just know, name after name of people that have had to leave because it is no longer safe to be in Putin's Russia.
Well, I think the sign says time expired. So first of all, I want to thank all the panelists, all four of our panelists, for what I thought was a really good discussion. I think this could go on for a while because I had a lot of questions. But just want to thank you also for all of the work that you do in this space and to continue to have the visions that you have, the strength that you have, encouraging others to be involved. There's still work to do, so just thank you for everything you're doing on this. Really, really appreciate it. And so do the people who don't even know you're doing it. They appreciate it too.
Let me just note that we're going to have a briefer break because we're a little over time. So if you don't have to get up, please enjoy your seating. We will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. everyone. I'm Daryl Kimball with the Arms Control Association. We're very pleased to be working with Sarah Hagusti and her excellent team at Win Without War on this event from Trinity to today. We're going to be moving from the past into the present day a bit. First, I just want to acknowledge the fantastic comments, observations, insights from our previous panel. I've worked in this field a long time, but every time I hear such powerful statements, experiences, it really is moving. And I just want to express appreciation for everybody who has shared their experiences, their stories, and their insights. Because that work has reshaped nuclear history for the better. And it reminds us that civil society organizations, not just here in the United States, but around the world, have been successful in pushing governments to take more responsible actions to reduce the nuclear danger, to cut the number of nuclear weapons, to halt and ban nuclear weapons testing, and to curb the spread of nuclear weapons. But we are still here today, 80 years after the first nuclear test explosion, after the first nuclear use of nuclear weapons, and the nuclear sword of Damocles that President Kennedy spoke about in the early 1960s still hangs over every person on the planet. So this next panel that we will move into in just a moment is going to talk about today's nuclear dangers, the catastrophic consequences of nuclear war, and what we can do about it. And to get us in the mood, if you will, to remind us of what is at stake, we want to present a short illustrative video of what might happen if, in a crisis that might happen today, a crisis, a war involving U.S. NATO forces and Russian forces, if one side or the other were to use nuclear weapons. Such a scenario, unfortunately, is not fiction, it's not theoretical, it's very real. Remember, in the fall of 2022, the U.S. government believed that there was a 50% chance that Vladimir Putin might order the use of nuclear weapons, so-called tactical nuclear weapons, in Ukraine. Luckily, President Putin did not. But the scenario that you're about to see, which is a video presentation called Plan A, explains what it might have looked like if that scenario played out in a different way. So this Plan A video was researched and produced by the expert team at Princeton University's Program on Science and Global Security. It was published in 2018, and it provides a sense of the scope and scale of the devastation that could occur in just the first few minutes and hours. So I think we're ready to show this. And you'll see this is why Presidents Reagan and Gorbachev warned that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
I'll say I've never been more terrified by watching a map. Obviously, that video shows how high the stakes are. And all of our speakers today have shown us that when you see those numbers and then think about the potential human toll there, it is truly horrifying, which is why our next panel is so important, where we are talking about what is at stake today and what we can do about it. And I am very delighted to introduce our moderator for this panel, the wonderful Emma Blecher, who is the president of Plowshares Fund, a dear friend, and whose work has been so critical in this field, not only in terms of the way we think about impact, but the way we think of the how of the work as well. And thank you so much.
And other panelists, please come up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarah. Welcoming up the other panelists as well now. I want to thank you and Daryl and everyone at Arms Control Association and Win Without War for hosting this very timely event. I'm honoured to be moderating the panel today. And as Sarah said, I'm president of Plowshares, and at Plowshares, we've been proud to support this field of people working really hard. Not all of them over the last 40 years, but for the last 40 years, some of them probably. But what we're trying to do here is really bring different people who have an interest and a stake, and we all do, in this issue, and figure out how we work together, how we collaborate, how we bring together different constituents to have a really big impact on preventing what we just saw on the wall. That's particularly why I'm delighted to see this collaboration between Win Without War and Arms Control Association. Two organisations that have different areas of expertise that combined can join together to have greater impact. It's something we're really trying to work on and support at Plowshares, so we're delighted to see this example. And so I think let's think about this event today as a real opportunity to remember why we're here, remember what we are commemorating, and remind ourselves of the opportunity, as hard as they are, of these tragic anniversaries, to look back at where we've been, to look at where we are now, and to look forward to the future. And I think that's hopefully what this last panel is about. It's about where are we today? It's about getting a sense of informing ourselves about where we are, how we can mobilise, what we need to do to be successful, and how we can advance sound policies that bring us closer to the more safe and secure world that we desire, that we need, that we deserve. So I hope from this panel you'll find inspiration about actions that you can take, because I think as we've learnt today here, nuclear threats affect all of us, and it's going to take all of our work to be able to stop them. So I'm delighted to introduce our panellists here. First, we have Thomas Countryman. He is the board chair of the Arms Control Association, and he's also the former US Assistant Secretary of State for Non-Proliferation and International Security. Then we have Molly McGinty, who's the Program Director for International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. And last but not least, David Courtwright, visiting scholar at Cornell University, and he's also a member of the Win Without War Board of Directors. What we're going to do now is start with some framing remarks from each of the panellists. Then I'm going to ask them each a question or two, and we'll turn to the audience for more questions. So I want to call on Tom first to lay out what's the current risk landscape, particularly if we don't see diplomatic progress in the near future. Tom, I believe there's a microphone you can use there, or you're welcome to come up to the podium if you'd like.
Thank you, Emma. Statistically speaking, the probability of a nuclear war happening in the next day or two is very low. That's the only good news I have. The bad news is the risk of a nuclear war, the probability is not zero. It has never been zero in the last 75 years. And the worst news is that the risk of nuclear war is higher today than at any point since the Cuban crisis of 1962. We have avoided nuclear conflict for 75 years. Some, including those who have had their fingers on the nuclear button, will admit, through sheer luck. Others will claim it is the success of a nuclear deterrence strategy. But it is not a scientifically valid procedure to rely on luck or to rely on a deterrence policy that by definition will always work until it doesn't. There are a number of reasons why the immediate risk today is higher than before. Now, what the US and the Soviet Union worried about and built forces against was the risk of the so-called bolt from the blue, that the opposing party would wake up one morning and launch all their forces against another. Nearly everyone agrees that although this is still physically possible, it is extremely unlikely. Rather, the likelihood of nuclear war stems, as you saw in this little video, in an escalation, intentional, accidental, or other, from a conventional conflict into an all-out nuclear war. And all the war games played in secrecy or publicly over the years have shown that once tactical or non-strategic nuclear weapons are used, it always escalates to an all-out strategic conflict. The risk is high today because we have more flashpoints at which a conventional conflict between nuclear-armed adversaries and neighbors could occur. It could be India, Pakistan, and we've seen in recent years the first example ever of two nuclear-armed states flying combat missions over each other's territory. It certainly could be between Ukraine and Russia, as the Russian leader has used unprecedented threats of nuclear use in order to form a shield against any countering action by the Ukrainians defending their country. It's higher today also because, frankly speaking, we do not have the same caliber of statesmen that we used to. Normally, with a PowerPoint, I put up the pictures of the 9 men, and of course they are all men, who have their fingers on the nuclear button today, and ask the audience, how many of these 9 men do you trust to do the right thing in a crisis? And I've never gotten an answer higher than 5. The median is between 2 and 3. At the same time, there are more plans made for the use of non-strategic, so-called tactical or battlefield nuclear weapons. Now, it is the job of military planners to think about every possible contingency and to write a plan for every contingency, and I don't begrudge them that job. But the fact is, the more plans you have on the shelf that involve the use of tactical nuclear weapons in response to either a conventional or a nuclear scenario, the more likely those plans are going to be used because they are immediately available. The situation is, well, let's quote the old Russian saying, the situation is never so bad that it can't get a lot worse. And the fact is, it can get worse. Those are the risks we face today. The situation that we face today, the reality we face today, is that we are already in a 3-way nuclear arms race that exceeds in risk and expense anything that we witnessed in the 50s and 60s. Now, the United States, China, and Russia will all deny that they are arm racing. We are only doing practical, common sense responses to a threat posed by those guys arms racing. Russia can point to US plans for a ballistic missile shield as it builds new, crazy, stupid types of weapon delivery systems. The United States can point to China growing its nuclear warhead as a justification not just for modernizing delivery systems, but for building additional warheads. China can say, as it more than doubles its arsenal, we are just doing some housekeeping, making sure that our second strike capability is up to snuff. All of this reciprocal or circular action is what drives an expense that is mind-blowing when you explain it to most Americans. Spending already $100 billion a year on sustaining and upgrading our nuclear weapons and the delivery systems for them, an amount that becomes even more absurd if you throw in one of the greatest boondoggles in defense industry history, the President's plan for a Golden Dome ballistic missile defense. And this is happening in the complete absence of a diplomatic dialogue between the United States and Russia, and the absence of even a conversation between the United States and China. The New START Treaty, the last legal limit on what the US and Russia can deploy, will expire less than a year from now, in February 2026. And while there are a dozen simple and not so simple ways that we could address that without expanding the deployment of our nuclear weapons, there is no effort being made by the United States or by Russia to advance such an agreement. In the expiration of that agreement, both sides will be capable of fairly rapidly uploading additional weapons onto existing launchers, reversing the one real accomplishment of Cold War negotiations, that is, the reduction by 85% of the deployment of nuclear warheads by Washington and Moscow. At the same time, we have no dialogue, not even conversation, with the Chinese. There's one encouraging word we've heard, and we should welcome it and encourage it when President Trump says he believes we spend too much, that we could have smaller arsenals, a smaller nuclear budget. He's not acted on this so far. And in terms of preparing for a negotiation, there ain't nobody home. Not at the National Security Council, where there are no nuclear experts at the moment, and not at the State Department, particularly after 1,000 of my former colleagues are laid off tomorrow. What can be done about it? Well, we're talking about the U.S. here, but I want us to keep in mind that I'm frankly disappointed in the rest of the world, who sends out diplomats at the level that I was at to say, we've got to do more. But they don't send out their president or their prime minister to talk to any of the nuclear powers and say, we demand more. As allies and as potential victim arsenals, we expect you to do more. What can we do in the U.S.? You'll hear a lot more, so very brief thoughts. In the U.S., still, as of today, public opinion still matters. The power of the people is still mightier than the people in power, if we speak. And the public here can demand things that the public in some of the other nuclear weapon states cannot do. And Molly and David will speak more about that. But keep in mind that despite the intention of the experts to prevent or discourage public discussion, when you talk to the people, public opinion polls clearly show that most Americans want arms control, want to spend less on nuclear weapons, want a reduction of risk. And you heard that in times past, the people have moved the power structure in that direction. So as we go forward, keep in mind, we have the majority. We have the history on our side. And when we say reverse the arms race, we have the message. Now we have to build the momentum and build the movement. Thanks.
Is this working? No. Okay. Have I turned it on? No. Okay. Never mind. Can people hear me without? Okay. Fantastic. Well, what I really wanted to say was thank you so much, Tom, for that very clear articulation of the dangers we're in now, throwing in a little bit of humour along the way, which helps, but a clear call to action about what is possible because we've seen it before. So to talk further about what's possible and what people can do, I'd love to welcome Molly to make a few remarks too.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I am going to read from my phone because I am a product of my generation, so apologies if it doesn't look great on the video. I'm so glad to be here with you all today. What an incredible, moving, inspiring, and terrifying afternoon to spend with each of you. I want to thank all the panelists earlier today, especially those from affected communities and affected regions, for sharing their testimonies and for really speaking truth to power and encouraging us to take action, which is a bit of what I will speak about just now, of the work that we have ahead, the things that each of us in this room can do, and the things that we can ask folks in our hometowns and our communities to do going forward. You know, I think it's especially important that we're meeting here today on the just before the 80th anniversary of the Trinity test, which often gets overlooked and unacknowledged, even though it's the first example of nuclear harm in the history. So we're going to look at moving beyond the legacy, but using that power of the legacy to promote progress and future of this work. And look at what regular people can do. As our panelists said earlier, we're moving nuclear weapons out of the abstract. We're not talking about theories of deterrence. We're not talking about specific warhead numbers. We're not talking about specific delivery systems. We're talking about what these weapons do, their human and environmental cost, which is incredibly important to move not only people, but to move policy. And that must include both, again, the living legacy of the Hibakusha, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki survivors, communities affected by over 2,000 nuclear tests worldwide, atomic veterans, and those harmed by uranium mining. But we must also look at the devastating consequences of nuclear war and the threat that we face today. It was outlined in this video, and terrifyingly enough, as I sat there with goosebumps up my arm after watching that video does not show the whole story. Tens of millions of people dead by the end of a day does not, that doesn't close out the picture here. It doesn't show the long-term global devastation of a full-scale nuclear war, which is estimated that 5 billion people worldwide will die in the 2 years following a nuclear exchange between the US and Russia. That's due to soot and debris lofted into the atmosphere, which blocks the sun and disrupts global food and agriculture production. That obviously has global implications, including for the non-nuclear armed world, those states that have taken a stance against nuclear weapons and have said that they're incompatible with human life, as we all know. So today, the risk of nuclear use is not theoretical. It's not just theoretical, it's also growing. I won't speak too much on this because, again, Tom just scared us as well in addition to the video. But we see rising tensions between nuclear arms states, erosion of arms control treaties, emerging technologies like AI being integrated into nuclear arms command and control systems, rising distrust in science and authority figures, and a global system under stress from climate change and authoritarianism. People know this, though. In 2023, a study by the Chicago Council and Carnegie Corporation found that while lacking familiarity about U.S. nuclear weapons policy, a majority, 60% of U.S. public also said they're interested in learning more. So people are aware of the danger, they want to learn more, which to me then begs action, as we've spoken about today. A 2020 study by the ICRC found that millennials believe it's more likely than not that a nuclear attack will occur in the next decade. Again, the study was in 2020 before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, before recent conflict between India and Pakistan, and before escalating concerns and consequential bombings of Iran's nuclear facilities. The same Chicago Council and Carnegie survey found that 21% said that they would like to be more involved in influencing U.S. policy. So the question is, where is that 21%? Why aren't they in the room? Why don't we have mass mobilization in this country? And I believe that it's not because of apathy. I think it's anxiety and a feeling of lack of agency. We're clearly not getting to these people about the common sense solutions that we have forward. So we know that action, which is bringing these existential issues down to the local level and connecting local action with national legislation and vice versa, is already happening across the country and around the world. So I'm going to give a few examples of actions that are already going on, which show ways that people can get involved, again, both in DC and elsewhere. I think it's especially important for these conversations to happen outside of the Beltway here. As we heard about in this morning's presentation, the recent expansion of RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which provides necessary financial compensation to communities harmed by nuclear weapons testing in the Southwest, would not have been possible without grassroots organizing. That's work done by the Tularosa Basin Downwinders Consortium, indigenous leaders, networks within the Union of Concerned Scientists, and others. This expansion is the largest in history, as Mary told us earlier, and will help tens of thousands of people, but the work is not done. So if you are not yet involved in RECA expansion, if you have not yet contacted your member of Congress, if you have not yet talked to members of your community about expanding RECA, please do so. Talk to your representatives. This is actually a bipartisan issue, or with bipartisan support. All of this is a bipartisan issue. It has bipartisan support, so don't hesitate to reach out to any of your elected officials. There's work on city and local levels to influence local and national policies. So Back from the Brink is a US-based grassroots coalition of individuals, organizations, and elected officials working toward a world free of nuclear weapons and advocating for common sense nuclear weapons policies. So that includes a 5-point policy platform. I think I'll spend my precious time here not going through all five points, but please look them up on preventnuclearwar.org. Over 78 municipalities and towns, including DC, 8 state legislative bodies, and 44 members of Congress have endorsed the Back from the Brink platform. And for the past few years, we've seen the Back from the Brink platform introduced as resolutions in the House and the Senate. Again, this would not be possible without that work on the grassroots, without normal people like you and me. I hope you still consider yourselves to be normal, but you and me taking action and encouraging this local action. There's Mayors for Peace, which obviously connects this issue with mayors worldwide. Globally, ICANN leads a number of issues bringing this bringing the threat of nuclear war down to the local level, including Cities Appeals, which is a similar platform to Back from the Brink, and parliamentary pledges. It builds this groundswell of support and public opinion, which alerts decision makers to this threat. The Alliance for Nuclear Accountability is another platform. I think Win Without War, doesn't need a shout out here, but it's a coalition-based structure with an emphasis on grassroots action, not just education. And I think it provides a really important model for all of us on the power of intersectional solidarity in practice. There are also a number of coalitions that relate to or connect people with where they already are, including health groups like Physicians for Social Responsibility, youth and student groups like Students for Nuclear Disarmament and Youth for TPNW, science groups like the Physicians Coalition, and many, many others. So wherever people are, I guarantee that there is a peace or nuclear disarmament organization that they can and should plug into to take local action. This can include divestment campaigns, education, film screens, protests, phone banking, letter writing campaigns, and more. And it's something that needs to be inclusive. This is something that's spoken about very, very often in disarmament spaces of how we reach more people. You know, the people are so aware of the climate crisis. Why aren't there more climate people involved? And I would encourage everybody here to go to climate events, to talk to people to talk to climate leaders, to take action on that existential threat as well. We can't expect people to show up for us if we don't show up for them. I'm certainly missing many, many actions and groups and coalitions that exist, but I have two kind of tools as to why I think the ones that I listed are effective and why I think more people should get involved. And that includes centering the human and environmental cost of these weapons and giving people concrete actions. Again, taking these weapons out of the abstract and telling people what they can do about it. We can't scare people to be paralyzed. We need to talk to people about the threat that we all face and give them concrete actions to take. I have a whole list of how we've seen grassroots activism work in the past, but I have 1 minute left. And there's a lot of history to cover there, and we've heard much of it today. But I would just say the partial test ban treaty, the CTBT, and the end of the arms race would all not have been possible without grassroots activism. And most recently, the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which has support from the majority of the world's nations, would not have gone into effect in 2021 without grassroots support, without centering the human cost of these weapons, and without people in countries taking actions. This work would not just happen by diplomats getting together. We know that they're not the most creative, and it's something that all of us need to engage in. Sorry. So with that, my time is up. But as the day has gone on, Susan mentioned humor in her presentation. Obviously, I sometimes have a little bite to what I say, but I like to follow ICANN Australia's founding motto, which is horror, humor, and hope, which is what we all need to center in the work ahead. So thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Molly. And while you were speaking, I was actually being of your generation and trying to text Sarah Hagdousti, but she wasn't of your generation. She wasn't on her phone. What I'm presuming is that you'll be able to share a list of resources that Molly just mentioned with attendees and people tuning in, because there are excellent organisations and efforts and ways for you to plug in. So terrific. So thank you so much, Molly. And, one more generational comment here. It is terrific that we have people of your generation who are really interested in this issue, because it was definitely something that seized earlier generations. And it's terrific to see the baton being passed. And I'd like to call on David now to talk about earlier generations and the freeze movement of the 1980s, because I think there's surely a lot of inspiration we can take from that. So thank you very much, David.
Good afternoon. Is this still? No, it's not on. It's on. Okay, great. So I thought I'd be clever in using my phone. I'm certainly not of the techie generation, and I don't know where my remarks are. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. But let me give it one more chance. When you speak last in this program with so many incredibly articulate presenters, it's really hard to come up with something new that hasn't already been said. And since I don't have my remarks, maybe that's good, so I won't go on and on. But a couple of points I do want to emphasize, and I'll try to draw from, the new generation is here to save me. Yeah. Thank you, sorry. I want to talk about some observations on the strategy for opposing nuclear weapons today, drawing from that history. So one clear point is that the political power that's necessary to end the arms race is not going to come from the establishment in Washington. It will have to flow from the bottom up, from the grassroots primarily. And in the history of the atomic age, progress towards arms limitation has often come from political power at the community level or from organized constituencies. The campaign of the scientists in the late 40s to impose civilian control on atomic energy. The movements of the 1960s and early 70s to halt atmospheric nuclear testing. And then, of course, the disarmament and nuclear freeze movements of the 80s. All of these movements achieved progress in reducing the nuclear danger, at least partially. As activists, we often feel powerless. We have difficulty recognizing success. Even when our actions are having an impact, we may not recognize it. One of the great writers, Rebecca Solnit, said that it's always too early to calculate effect. Things will unfold in the future in ways that we can't predict. I remember after the June 12, 1982 rally in Central Park and talked to a colleague, and she was despondent that 1 million people in Central Park, and yet the arms race was continuing. It hadn't brought about political change. But we have to be patient, and we have to recognize that the ways in which movements have impact are not always recognizable. But certainly the freeze movement had enormous success. It's already been talked about, the freeze rally itself. We don't often think about the 1982 ballot initiatives in which the freeze was on the ballot in 9 states and dozens of major cities, including Washington. 18 million Americans voted on the freeze that year, and 60% voted in favor. And I think most importantly was the grassroots presence of the freeze campaign. It was everywhere. Politicians couldn't avoid it, and it provided a persistent pressure for change to reduce the nuclear danger. The White House attacked the freeze proposition and did so continuously, but the movement was too popular to ignore. And Reagan was forced to respond. And we now have historical evidence from the archives of this administration, and I did some interviews with many of the principals myself back in the 90s, that the administration responded to the freeze movement by toning down its bellicose rhetoric and promising to negotiate for peace. Nuclear saber rattling gave way to messages of moderation and support for arms control. And it's important to remember that all of this occurred before Gorbachev arrived on the political scene. The change was the result of organized political protest. Reagan won re-election in 1984 in part by co-opting the freeze message and portraying himself as a peace candidate. Freeze campaign coordinator at the time, Randy Keeler, observed that the Ronald Reagan elected in 1984 was quite different than the Ronald Reagan of 1980. The freeze movement created a political climate conducive to arms reduction, and the president adjusted his sails accordingly. The movement had many other impacts, of course. I was very involved in the Stop MX campaign, which forced the cancellation of the mobile basing system in Utah and Nevada and whittled down this very menacing missile system from 200 to 50 missiles. And Susan Gordon and others have talked about the multi-year campaign to stop nuclear testing, and in 1992 was finally successful in cutting off any funding for nuclear tests. There were many other multiple ways in which the movement had impact. So history shows that movements are able to shape policy if they employ wise strategies, if they attract broad public support, and articulate compelling narratives, and most importantly, if they're persistent. Here I want to offer a few key principles of effective activism that I've gleaned from decades of experience and research. Movements succeed when they attract mass participation, especially from the grassroots. Movements need visionary goals, like a world without nuclear weapons, but also practical, achievable policy objectives, such as halting the development of new nuclear weapons. The power of movements depends on building broad and diverse coalitions. Media communications and effective framing of messages are essential. and it is necessary to engage in institutional politics, especially now, I believe, with the 2026 midterm elections debate looming, that we must prepare a massive mobilization on behalf of candidates who oppose Trumpism and will support a halt to nuclear weapons building. And lastly, allies are critically important. And for the peace and disarmament movement, the religious community is a primary partner. And I think it's time for us to reach out again to our sisters and brothers in the faith communities. One of the challenges of nuclear activism today is the presence of so many other agenda issues and the very powerful and important movement that's developed against Trump. The protests, the hands-off and no kings mobilizations have been historic and inspiring, and I'm sure many of us have been part of them. But the resistance movement is focused primarily on domestic issues. Military spending and nuclear issues are raised at some events, but they need much more emphasis. I believe that to build a broader movement for nuclear disarmament today, we need a coalitional approach, one that links opposition to war and the nuclear arms race to the anti-Trump mobilizations for social justice and the defense of democracy. This approach requires dialogue and mutual support among a range of movements. The purpose is to build networks of mutual trust in which separate groups can weigh in together on key points. And here I shout out to Bill Hartung for his recent article making this very point. Yeah. Achieving a domestic progressive agenda requires reductions in excessive arms spending and a shift in budget priorities to emphasize social and environmental investment rather than war preparation. This awareness creates the basis for building activist unity on social justice and disarmament. The key to effective collaboration among movements is clear messaging and common demands that can attract support across social sectors. A good example is the recent slogan that Win Without War and Move On and others were offering during the budget debates and the attacks on Iran. Healthcare, not warfare. Opportunities for cooperation are likely to increase as huge increases in nuclear weapons spending come at the expense of critically needed social programs. A case in point is the recently announced 53% increase in the budget for nuclear warhead complex activities, while the new budget bill slashes funding for Medicaid. The shameful Republican budget cuts funding for medical insurance, SNAP, and other vital social programs by approximately $1 trillion over the coming decade. That amount, $1 trillion, is also what the US government will spend on rebuilding nuclear weapon systems in the coming decade. These comparisons starkly reveal our nation's warped priorities. We must speak out against this madness. We cannot remain silent. No matter how difficult the odds, we must register our loud disapproval. Many of us are unifying around the message, more nuclear weapons do not make us safe. We have joined together to issue the global appeal for the US and other countries to halt and reverse the arms race. We're calling on them to end the building of new nuclear bombs and missile systems. And this has to occur on all sides, US and Russia and China together. Is it likely to happen in the near future? Probably not. But if we learn from our successes in the past and are persistent and strategic in building effective alliances and communicating compelling narratives, we can begin to turn the tide. That's our challenge. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David, for sharing your wisdom and also reminding us of the importance of patience, because it can be challenging to keep going and going, but it's really critically important because that's what's going to get us there in the long run. So thank you for that. Now, just going to ask the organisers, we've got 20 minutes for Q&A. Why don't I start off with some questions while people are writing something down on their index cards, hand them up here, and we'll kind of take things as they go. I'm going to start with you, Tom. You mentioned President Trump's declared interest in potentially reducing nuclear weapons, and you made some. There were some overtures between him and Vladimir Putin early on, maybe even before he'd taken office, about their desire to talk potentially, and then for various reasons that sort of disappeared. But we know that President Trump is petrified of nuclear weapons, doesn't like them. I mean, I don't meet many people who aren't petrified of nuclear weapons, to be frank, but we do know that he is particularly concerned. What kind of messages from civil society do you think could be effective to try to send to President Trump in this moment to compel him to take action?
Great question. I think he does mean it as much as he means anything he says, that he would like to see less money spent in fewer nuclear weapons and the nuclear risk reduced. And it would be valuable for civil society to find a way to encourage him in this. And the simple message can be, Mr. President, we agree with you. We hope that your next budget reflects what you said was a priority, which is to spend less on nuclear weapons. It's hard to be optimistic because, I mean, you mentioned that perhaps President Putin reciprocated this sentiment. Not that I can see. I don't see any evidence that he has. I do see that the Russian power structure is ready for discussions about nuclear issues with the United States, but the U.S. structure, diplomatic and military and National Security Council, is not ready. More ominously, everything that the president says is echoed by an amen chorus from within his own party. Everything he says except this. I have not seen members of his party trip over themselves on the way to the microphone to say, yes, we agree that we should spend less on nuclear weapons. It goes against the prevailing sentiment in his own party. And in some cases, Mr. Trump is successful in that, and in other cases not. But I wish I could see at least one member of his own party stand up and say, you're right, Mr. President, let's work on that.
Thanks very much. Really important insight there. So I'd like to turn to Molly now. So you talked about the challenge of people feeling that this is abstract, overwhelming, they don't have a sense of agency. And there are lots of issues that are kind of taking people's attention away from this one. How do you think you can give people agency in this moment? Like, what's the breakthrough here, or how do you relate to people at this time when there's so much going on?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that I think requires probably a roundtable conversation with every single person in this room and online to talk about. I think one piece that's really important is that people are scared right now. Again, it is on people's mind. The nuclear threat is on people's mind. And I will repeat what I said earlier, and just that I think that we're not reaching people and sharing what they can do. I think generally right now people feel apathy and they feel like they have no control over this administration and over this Congress. And the more and more that we can encourage collaboration and encourage community building and encourage connection, that's how people feel that hope, and that's how people will feel encouraged to stay involved. Might be quite cliche, but that is what comes to mind immediately. And secondly, a reminder to those people and maybe to folks in this room is that nuclear weapons intersect with every single issue that people are working on, whether we're talking about climate, whether we're talking about militarism more broadly, democracy. Nuclear weapons are an undemocratic force in our world right now, whether we're talking about crisis response or anything else. Nuclear weapons connect to all of these issues. So wherever people are working, we should be able to reach them and encourage them to add this issue to their platform, encourage them to come to our meetings. And again, we can support them at theirs. So I think, yeah, the anecdotes to apathy are connection, and encouraging action where people already are.
Thank you, Molly. That was really important, and I agree with what you said. And especially, I think what's interesting is that the concern about nuclear weapons is growing. There's an awareness. I keep running into it. We're unusual places where people are writing articles about the new and growing nuclear threat, the arms race. And how do you mobilize people? Well, thinking again back to our history, what catalyzed a lot of the freeze movement was we came up with a new idea, freeze, US and Soviet Union together. And among people who, the fear factor was much greater then in terms of what the polling data showed. But people who were eager to find some escape from this awful threat latched onto that, and they really began to organize. So that's part of the logic for why some of us are talking about this freeze and reverse concept. Maybe it can catch on, I don't know, but we ought to try it. And it's global, so it's US, Russia, China, and that we can try to offer a simple proposition that's easy to understand and that probably most people would agree with readily and move out with that. So I think that's a key factor. And then the last thing you said, too, about how this issue links with everything else. And we have, as I mentioned in my remarks, this massive resistance that's underway, probably maybe the biggest mass mobilization in U.S. history. 5 million people or more were turning out for the No Kings rally. And all of the issues that are being talked about there are also related to this excessive military spending and nuclear development. So conversations with the organizers of those movements is really important. I mean, Sarah is part of those tables to some extent, more than most of us, but figuring out how we can be at those rallies. I want to go to them as often as they get called and raise my voice against this Trump madness, but also then I want to hear some speeches that about these budget matters. You know, this $1 trillion being taken from our needed social programs and Medicare that's going to build new nuclear weapons instead. We need to get that idea out there much more. So.
Thanks, David. Actually, you started touching on something that relates to the next audience question, which is really about the sort of the transnational nature of this. It's clearly a global issue. We know that the question here is, how can today's nuclear disarmament activists learn from historical transnational movements? You've done a lot of work on movements, and I'm wondering if you could add in that transnational aspect, because back during freeze days, there were also demonstrations in the UK. We know that influenced President Reagan as well. So I'm wondering if you've got something you could add on the transnational aspect.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, during the freeze movement, the transnational character of the movement was actually fairly limited. There were enormous disarmament movements all across Europe, and there was also the freedom movement and democracy movement in the East. And there were some groups, such as European Nuclear Disarmament, Mary Calder and others, that crossed the divide and talked with folks in Poland and Czechoslovakia, and also with the folks in Western Europe. And there were some discussions going on in the Soviet Union. This became more possible when Gorbachev came to power with some of their key experts, people like Alexei Arbatov and others who were part of and his father were part of this whole power establishment. Today, it's much more difficult to conceptualize that. And we've talked a little bit about this at some prior meetings. I do think we can begin to reach out to retired officials, academic experts in China and Russia, offer this proposition that we're developing, see if they think it's viable, and start to have some conversations and get at least a few of significant experts from China and Russia who would say this is a good idea and something we could advocate on our side. That seems to be possible. Most of them would be exiles, our Russian friends who are in Kazakhstan and Poland and other countries. But that's significant to signify that it's a proposition that has some support among Russians and among Chinese, and that'll help to, I think, validate and legitimize the effort here at home, to be able to say that this is not just a unilateral thing, it is multilateral.
Thanks very much, David. This next question here is sort of, I think, noting an obvious tension here, right? Which is, how do we balance connecting the disarmament movement to the anti-Trump movement. So, David, you've talked about making those connections, but at the same time needing to try to actually find Republicans, as Tom pointed out, who aren't yet supporting President Trump in this effort. How do we still appeal to the Trump administration and Republicans and legislators who we might actually want to have support President Trump in these efforts? How do we square this circle of being critical on one hand and lying there, and trying to be supportive on the other hand? Who would like to try to answer that question? Tom.
It is possible to have two different priorities in your head at the same time, and to speak in different registers about the two different priorities. We'll put it this way. I don't assume that every member of the president's party has permanently sacrificed their capability of independent thought. There clearly was, in the last couple of weeks, enormous pressure to toe the line on one particular issue. It is not clear that there will be the same pressure on every possible issue, on every possible vote. And there remains, as you can see in isolated cases, members of the president's party who are able to speak up independently with their own thoughts, their own priorities. It is possible for our movement, and I know that there are so many organizations that share this goal. Some of them are relatively more specialized in understanding the Congress and understanding the individuals who make up the Congress. And it is always worth having those quiet conversations at the same time that we are trying to have mass conversations with the public that already agrees with us but wants to do something more.
Thanks very much, Tom. So this question I'm going to have for Molly, it's going to be the last question. So an audience member is interested in the impact of 1983's The Day After. Molly, I'm coming to you because I'm just wondering if you can talk about the impact of art here and its ability to speak to people.
Yeah, that's great. That was in my notes that I skipped over because I reached 5 minutes and what I thought was 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, the impact of The Day After, for those that don't know, it's said in, I believe, Reagan's diary that he watched The Day After, and the next day was when he reached out to Gorbachev, and from there we saw a quick reduction in global nuclear arsenal, which I think is also a reminder of how quickly things can change. But today, we don't have, 4 or 5 channels, I wasn't around at the time, 4 or 5 channels that everybody's watching. So there's no certainty that arts that is created today will reach Trump or will reach decision makers. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have power. We've seen with Oppenheimer 2 summers ago, that was in the cultural zeitgeist more than almost anything else, and came back during the Oscars. And I believe a response from NTI and others in this field within Hollywood and really pushing people to talk and to act led to a comment at the Oscars of thanking the peace movement, which again is small but worth reminding people that we're still here and that there's still work that can and should be done. In addition to Oppenheimer, there's Annie Jacobson's Nuclear War, a scenario, which has received ample public attention and has been said will be created into a film in the coming years. So those are massive, kind of cultural touch points in recent years. There's also networks of artists against nuclear weapons. There's nuclear weapons Artists Against the Bomb, which is a network of artists who are making art to show the impact of the weapons, to show the work ahead, and to, show us the path forward. I think generally speaking, art can reach people in ways that we can't. You know, people will watch clips of this video, I'm sure, going forward, but who knows how many people will sit here and watch it all, where people can go to a museum, or people can see art on the street, or people can go to a film with their friends and have conversations beyond more academic or policy speak. So the impact of art is incredibly important. Again, there's networks that exist that are working on reaching more people through art. And yeah, leave it there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Molly. Before I thank all of the panelists, I would like to just read out this last question that we didn't get to. And we didn't get to it for a reason. It's because this could actually be a project that I think somebody could do, and at very least deserves a few hours of considered thought. Here's the question. Only 1 out of 170 executive orders of this administration mentions nuclear weapons, Iran's. Could you brainstorm on what an executive order might look like that could reduce nuclear risk? I think it's a great question. I'm just going to leave that with all of you. Let's get to work. But thank you, panelists, for your insights. It's a real privilege to work alongside you and alongside everyone in the audience and everyone online. You know, I think sometimes it can be hard doing this work and we feel kind of alone and, pardon the pun, a little bit siloed. We don't get the attention that we need and deserve. But I think as we grapple with all of these threats 80 years on from the Trinity test, I'm really energized by the dedication and the work of people in this room, and know that we're all working to put the human race before the arms race. And, you know, good luck to all of us. I hope good things are ahead. So please join me in thanking the panelists.
Thank you very much, Emma, and our panel. Inspiring, deep discussion on some of the challenges we're facing going forward. So to close out our session, we Arms Control Association wanted to leave on a energizing note, and I'm going to get to that in a moment. But I just want to say I hope today's conference, mini-conference, has served as a reminder of the difficult experiences, the wisdom and the resilience of the communities affected by nuclear weapons use, testing, and production through these many decades in Japan, Kazakhstan, the South Pacific, across the United States, in many other countries. We also hope we've underscored why we today in 2025 owe it to ourselves and future generations to make a renewed push to deal with the problem that we face and to move the world back from the nuclear brink and toward the peace and security of a world without nuclear weapons, even if that goal seems rather far off at the moment. As we just heard in that third panel, you know, as the world approaches these anniversaries, there are already a lot of citizens working hard to mobilize action, but there is a lot of noise out there. There is a lot of difficulty with our political system that we're still facing. But one of the things that's clear, as Tom Countryman noted, the others noted, is that in the absence of meaningful nuclear arms control diplomacy at the governmental level, we are on the cusp of an even more dangerous and deeper problem ahead, on the cusp of a dangerous new nuclear arms race. So we heard some of the comments about what President Trump has said about nuclear weapons as of late. At first, I thought these were positive. He said, nuclear weapons are extraordinarily costly, yes. If used, they're extraordinarily devastating. And he expressed a desire for denuclearization talks with Russia and China. He didn't just say this once, he said it 3 times, unprompted. So these words are important, but words are words. And it is our job to push this administration and Congress and others to act on some of those words. We also heard a rather interesting and hard to understand, but still very interesting video from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, that concluded that, quote, "We must work toward a world where no one has to live in the fear of a nuclear holocaust," unquote. I think we can all agree on that. But it leaves us with the question, what is the Trump administration doing in that regard? The costs of nuclear weapons are still going up. And there's no active diplomacy going on between the United States and Russia. Just this afternoon, or I guess this morning in Kuala Lumpur at the ASEAN meeting, the U.S. Secretary of State met with the Russian Minister of Secretary of State. Did they talk about the issue of the pending expiration of the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty? Not to my knowledge, not in the after reporting about that meeting. So this must change, and it must change soon, because the New START Treaty, the last remaining agreement that limits the world's two largest arsenals, is going to expire in 210 days. It's not a long time. And at that point, the United States and Russia could, in theory, increase the size of their nuclear arsenals. They could double the size. This would be the first increase in some 35 years, reversing much of the success that we've been talking about over the course of this afternoon. We already have members of the nuclear weapons establishment, many members of Congress, pushing the Pentagon to be ready to upload more warheads on U.S. Missiles and bombers as soon as New START expires. So this crisis, this potential crisis, is really here and now. And as I think we can all agree after this afternoon's session, more nuclear weapons do not make any of us any safer. All countries need to step up, but we have a special responsibility here in the United States, and the two largest nuclear weapon states must lead the way. So unless we take action, and unless our leaders take action, the nuclear risk is going to grow. So many of us believe, and we just heard in the discussion here some great ideas about how we can break through the noise, the daily headlines that we hear about all sorts of important and somewhat less important things. How can we come together and unite around an approach that moves us back from the brink? So today, and I want to cue up this on the screen, today the leaders of more than 24 regional, national, and international civil society organizations and former government officials and advisors, leading academicians and experts, and some concerned cultural figures have joined together to launch a short, focused appeal designed to provide a common rallying cry for urgent action to halt and reverse the new arms race and to step back from the brink of nuclear war. This is the text of the short statement. This is the problem part of the statement. The new call to halt and reverse the nuclear arms race encourages organized opposition in the United States and other countries to the deployment of more nuclear weapons by any country to the use or threat of the use of these weapons, and opposition to the possible renewal of nuclear explosive testing as a key step towards the total elimination of all nuclear weapons. And it urges support for nuclear disarmament diplomacy, which must begin very soon. This appeal, which emerged from a strategy meeting that we organized with the Nuclear Threat Initiative with support from one of our colleagues, the Prospect Hill Foundation, and many organizations. It emerged from a strategy retreat late last year. And the purpose is to offer a short, understandable idea that we think can gain traction, that we hope can attract broad support and serve as a common vehicle for messaging and focused action by our organizations, institutions, and hopefully many others. We're offering this not as a new campaign or new organization or a new formal coalition, but really as a rallying cry for a wide range of civil society organizations who are already engaged, who are already present in communities around the country and here in Washington on the nuclear disarmament cause. And for those who support these goals, but who are working at other adjacent and very worthy causes, whether they consider themselves to be conservative, liberal, progressive, or something else altogether. The call is posted on a dedicated website that we've just created, reversethearmsrace.org, easy to remember, that lists the endorsers, and that list hopefully will grow. And hopefully this also will serve as a connection point for citizen engagement and to provide interested organizational leaders and individuals to get involved in concrete actions that many of the organizations that have endorsed the call already are involved in. So in the following weeks and months following today's launch, We'll be inviting still more leaders of civil society organizations, former government officials, cultural figures in the U.S. and around the globe to lend their support for the call to weigh in to build a safer world for everyone. So we hope you'll take a look at that. We hope this is a useful contribution. I now turn it over to my partner, Sarah.
So, again, these are the current endorsers, but I also just wanted to thank everyone who is in this room. So many of you have spent so much time working on these issues. And to folks at home, I really hope that this has been a moment for you to understand some of the impacts of these weapons and what has already worked and the challenge that lays ahead. And if folks take one thing away from today, I want it to be that anyone who tells you that these weapons are helping reduce the threat is inaccurate. These weapons are the threat. And I know David called for patience. I am not a patient woman. But I also go around the country, and a lot of times people ask me, especially in moments like now, do our voices have impact? Are we getting there? And to folks who ask me that, well, one, I would encourage you all to grab a copy of the New York Times today, especially when Without War activists, you will see our logo and many of others in the New York Times today, because the notion that the budget bill that David was talking about, that things like food stamps are being cut because we are told that they don't have enough oversight. And yet, when you look at a program like food stamps, it is harder for people who are hungry to get access to those benefits than it is for one president to decide to launch a nuclear weapon. And that is how broken our system is, right? We talked about the impact that everyone has had and the movements have had. Now, for a second, imagine that after the Trinity tests and after everything else that happened, the organizing and the backlash hadn't been there. Imagine if the people who shared their stories decided to stay silent. Now, I know there is a lot more work for us to do, but the world we have avoided as a result of everyone who has been in that struggle is far greater than any of us realizes and gives ourselves credit for. And to just take that a heartbeat further, I think people always underestimate the power of movements and the power of activists. And I will here share my own story. As like a woman whose ancestors are from Iran, I got the privilege of meeting my great-grandmother. And I think about my great-grandmother, and I think about my grandmother, who in their generations, being able to just work was something they had to fight for. And then if you could work outside of the field of education or as nurses, that was something they had to fight for. And now I stand here before you as the executive director of one of the biggest national security organizations with over 300,000 activists. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that one of their daughters would grow up, be able to come to the US, be able to march through the halls of Congress, and be able to, in years past, go to the White House and look some of the most powerful people in the world in the eye and tell them they were wrong and they needed to do better. But that was achieved within 2 to 3 generations. And the reason I get to do that, the reason I get to go and look those people in the eye and tell them you are failing and that they cannot kick me out of those rooms is because of the 300,000 people who are with us every day through this fight. We are not small. Most people agree with us. And almost everyone I've talked to has a moment where decision makers have told them that what you're doing isn't working. Because guess what? When we go and we have meetings with them, or when they don't take our meetings and we have mobile billboards outside of their offices or protests outside of their offices, they don't like it. So of course they tell us it's not working. But again, it is the only thing that has ever worked. And as we struggle, as things look bleak, I encourage you all to remember just how much we have achieved, the worlds that we have avoided, and how through the struggle we not only pay homage to our ancestors, but safeguard the future of our kids. And with that, I will close with a quote from the Hibakusha. The Hibakusha are the ones who know the humanitarian consequences of the use of nuclear weapons. We will continue to convey that reality. Please listen to us. Please emphasize with us. Find out what you can do and take action together with us. Nuclear weapons cannot coexist with human beings. They were created by humans. Let us assume the responsibility to abolish them with the wisdom of public conscience. And as we leave, let us remember, we can get this done. Thank you.